Hey, you guys, I had to make a correction, you guys. This is a saying that Armando says all the time. I can't do it quite like him, but you can see the other design I created at the bottom. But he says, it sounds good. It sounds good. But in real life, though, I can't do it like Armando. He's the original king behind that. So I hope you guys like my designs. These are going to go on cups and t-shirts. So don't forget to hit that like button, post notification bell, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Thank you for supporting me and loving me. April Showers. Thank you, D Truth. Thank you, Renrock TV. Thank you, Armando Black. Thank you, B Rob. Thank you, Dr. Silverback Luther King. Thank you, ETV. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you to all those people that have accepted me. I truly appreciate you. Thank you.
Welcome to the special edition of Let's Talk Like an Adult. We still trying to get Silver back up here. I don't know where he went to. We're gonna have two special guest hosts of this show. It's just ETV and Silverback King. I don't know what Silverback King at right now, but where he's at. Let's go to get the shout outs out the way. I'm on the back TV. B Rod, Jersey Hood, Silverback King, Jersey Hood. So who else get realest one here? How you doing, Miss E?
I'm getting a little feedback.
You get a little feedback?
Yeah, because I'm trying to do it on my laptop as opposed to my phone.
You try to do it on your laptop? You still get feedback?
Yeah, let me see.
What's going on, Dr. Martin Luther Silverback King?
Well, good evening, D Truth. Good evening, Just E. What's going on? What's going on?
She tried to fix the feedback and let's see. It's y'all show. It's y'all show that I'm finna go to the back. All I'm doing is producer.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's y'all show. Hey, continuation of yesterday what we was talking about, and plus whatever else real life stuff y'all want to talk about, we get into it.
You ready? You ready, Miss E? I think she's still trying to get situated.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get situated. I'm probably gonna come back in on my phone.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, just go ahead and do that, and make sure your phone is plugged up so it'll be charging.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come back.
Okay. Yeah, she will be back, and what we talked about yesterday was enlightening, wasn't it?
Very.
And that's how we think about it. That was our opinion about the situation, about what's going on, and I got another situation that I saw that need to be talked about too. The school resource officer, the teachers, what they doing to our kids in school.
Right.
That need to be talked about too, because And as you look and turn around and look and see, it's going on in these schools, and the school boards, the principals, the superintendents, and all of them, they really don't give a you know what.
Right.
So, so I just give y'all a little hint what to talk about, but whatever she got plans, I don't know. I don't know, but the reason I said that this child who is I think disabled, some wrong with him, got some kind of problem with him. He did something to a teacher, but the principal and the teacher was reprimanding him outside in the hallway, and the school resource they didn't ask for no help. The school resource officer came and slammed it to the floor, and you can see the bruises on his face.
Right. Right.
See, and this goes back to remember the story about this cop arresting uh, uh, a 5-year-old. Remember those stories?
Right. Right.
That's kind of crazy. But I respect the Nate the Great. I'm finna get out of y'all hair.
Oh my God.
It's on you and some back, Missy. You thought, hey,
Okay.
you thought we were, hey, I was sit back. You knew I wasn't playing last night, didn't
I know you wasn't.
you? It's on y'all. Hey, go at it. It's y'all show. Y'all run it. Hey,
You
you know what? Y'all know what to do. Y'all already, y'all good. Y'all work good together. I'm just here. I'm just up here.
okay?
All right.
Good
Well,
evening. Good evening, Miss E.
good evening, Dr. Luther Silverback the King.
Oh, there you go. Well,
I
how
was
was
trying
your
to prepare for tonight.
did you
I hope y'all have a little grace on me. This is not my element, but salute to everybody. Salute to D Truth. I appreciate you. Thank you for providing your platform. Of course, Silverback, thank you. Respect to you. Armando, 20 East Nation, the Wolfpack Nation. This has been very, very eventful. I've only been communicating and talking to you guys for what, about a week, maybe two?
right, right.
Yeah, yeah. This about what your fourth time about the fourth time on the panel.
Right. But,
Yeah.
you guys have welcomed me, treated me like family, and I truly appreciate that. Truly appreciate that.
Oh, I just got one thing to say. Over here is Truth Nation. Well,
Truth
everything could be.
nation.
The Truth Nation is this what it is over here. And the Jasmine just came in the house. Hey, I'm gonna shut up. I just wanted to correct, not correct, but we all part of 20 East Nation, and we just don't do nothing but over here speak the truth and speak our mind. So whatever you got on your mind, go ahead and speak it, and I come back when y'all want me to come back.
Okay. Well, continuing what we were talking about last night, I think we was talking about the Alphabet Gang, right?
Right. That was one of the things, right? And yeah, the Alphabet Gang. And but did you have something that you wanted to add to that, or you wanted to talk about something else? I'm following you.
I actually wanted to talk about something else, but it was still it wasn't about the Alphabet Nation. So I
Well,
kind of
well,
wanted to
I'm
kind of
following your lead. But before you get started, I wanted to say salute to the chat. Salute to D Truth for having me on and having It's Just E on. Um, if you missed the playback chat, man, we had a great time last night. Had great conversations.
we truly did.
Took us down memory lane. Um, if I didn't get a chance to shout you out, I'm sorry. B. Rob, Nate the Great, uh, Armando Black, 20 East, and Truth Nation. Again, I haven't been, I'm used to speaking, public speaking and all that. But as far as this goes, I'm kind of, but we'll make our way. We'll
We're gonna make our way.
yeah, we're gonna make our way. But first of all, how was your day today, man?
It was good. It was a beautiful day in Cali.
Good, good.
Beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Before we get started, did you get your workout in? Because I got mine in.
I did. I did. I
Good.
did my leg workout.
Did your leg workout? Gotcha. Well, I did. No back extensions or nothing like that, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not messing with the 45 plate for a minute.
I got you. I just did. I just did back and biceps today, and a lot of just a lot of sets and reps. Then I did some drop sets and stuff like that, and called it a day. So, but glad we got the workout out.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I went to your channel, so
Yeah, I checked your channel out, and everybody in the chat, you got to check out. It's just ETV. Man, she gets it in. You and your husband. I looked at your videos, and you guys are hard at it. And on top of that, you got some great topics. And I've been checking you out. I sent you a message. And you're talking about some real life stuff that we actually talk about over here. So yeah, man. Y'all go check her out. She's got some great workout videos. Yeah, you getting it in.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Well, go ahead.
Well, before we get started, I see my girl, another Cali member. Together We Break Productions.
Shout out to you.
Respect.
Shout out to you. Y'all go subscribe to her channel as well. She's very talented. Y'all just go check her out and subscribe. You can tell by listening to some people, you can just tell that they have a passion for what they do. And she's just one of those people and puts in hard work. And so, yeah, y'all go ahead and y'all subscribe to her.
Exactly. Absolutely. Well, I wanted to go down a rabbit hole.
Okay.
It's a familiar rabbit hole, quote unquote rabbit hole. It's still along the lines of what we've been talking about, right?
Right.
D-Truth has been taking us on this little journey. He was talking about men and what's going on with the men, what's going on with the women, what's going on with the parents, right?
Right.
We went down that rabbit hole.
Right.
I kind of want to go back a little bit and kind of, since it's me and you, male, female up here,
already,
to touch back on, what's up with the men, what's up with the women.
Okay.
And so I wanted to pose a question to you.
All right.
With regards to men. And then I hope you can pose a question to me. And chat, absolutely feel free to chime in. And so we can read your stuff as well.
Okay. If speaking of that, I know that you're watching from the bushes, D-Truth. So if we see a question, you can go ahead and highlight it for us. And
yes.
So that way we can address it. So.
Yes. Thank you. So I can start if you like.
Go ahead. Yeah. I'm waiting.
Okay. And again, I'm hoping not to offend, but I'm hoping to, kind of start a conversation.
Right. And everyone who's listening, these are just this is just not something that we're talking. This is entertainment. Don't take anything serious, but our beliefs are not just something that we want to push on anybody, but this is just a conversation. These are hard conversations that that people usually don't have, but it might be taboo to people, but we're just having those conversations. Whether you agree or not, we can just agree to disagree sometimes. So, but go ahead.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I wanted to come from the perspective of, relationships and dating.
Okay.
What would you do for a Klondike bar?
What would you do for a Klondike bar? Here we go.
Okay, together. Already. She got that tequila.
She got that tequila ready. I know.
I see it now. I wanted to come basically from a relationship or a dating perspective.
All right.
Both sides. And so I notice, there's male perspectives and there's female perspectives right now in the dating realm.
Uh-huh.
And there's so many different what would you say ideologies out there. We got the manosphere ideology. We got the, what do you call it? I don't know what they call the women, the pink pill, the purple pill ideologies
Right.
that's running rampant. Everybody has this this perspective on, why men should do this and why women should do that. And so my question for you as a man,
Okay.
Is why do men expect for women to have these unrealistic beauty standards when they're dating? You know, like they have, what do you call it? 5'5", thick in the thighs,
Yeah.
shelf butts,
Right.
etc. They want them to be, what do they call it? The 3 F's, the fit, feminine, and fit, feminine, and fine.
There
Right?
you go. That's it. Right.
Right. I know men are visual, so I
Mhm.
know that.
Mhm.
That's not the issue. But why do you have that expectation for women, that you want to date, but that's not you say you want to get married, you say you want to be married,
Mhm.
but you have these expectations of women when the very women that you say you love, your
Right.
mama, big mom, and all of them,
Right.
they didn't look like that back
Exactly.
then.
Exactly.
So why do we have this beauty standard?
Okay. Well, I'll say this here. I know you've kind of gave a little bit about yourself and whatnot. I know you're married. I'm not married. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I'm a single parent. I've been in a couple of relationships and whatnot in the past few years, but I'm single.
Mm-hmm.
So to answer your question, when 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 a man is young, they got all these expectations, especially when they're young. You know what I'm saying? So you look at television, you read. Um, our young people, they listen to the rap lyrics of what type of woman that you want, and so
Mm-hmm.
forth, so on. So that's where you build that kind of expectation leading up into wanting the woman that you want. As you get older, you know, uh, big butt and thighs and nice breasts, that gets kind of old. When I'm speaking for myself as a man,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm in my mid 40s, so the big butt and the big thighs and the nice lips and the nice legs. Me personally, you're gonna have to come with some substance. The conversation has to be right. Uh, I want to know what's in your brain. You know what I mean? I want to know what's, it's almost like a book. I want to thumb through the pages of the book, and in your brain, and see what's going on, see what makes you tick, what makes you uh get up in the morning. You know what I mean? What makes you thrive to be better? And if you are trying to be better, what can I do to help you be better? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of men, a lot of our men are kind of like have these lofty expectations because they have not been taught, I guess, and because they don't really truly understand that it's more to it than the outward appearance. Now, a lot of our women, a lot of sisters or whatnot out there, um, they don't take fitness serious that I've known. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of them don't. A large majority of them, but I believe that that's a teaching issue. I guess that's a learning thing. But if you are a man and you are talking to someone that needs, their fitness or their looks to be um, standards, I guess. Well, you should work on yourself first. You know what I mean? If you work on yourself first, I think the lady would follow the lead. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think about the answer I just gave? You disagree? You agree? What do you think?
I mean, I agree for the most part, but I disagree with sometimes men, they have that expectation, but they don't look the part.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's why I said, if they have that expectation of a woman, then they should make themselves look right first. You know what I mean? They should make themselves, they should look inwardly. You know what I mean? So when you work on yourself, that's going to motivate other people. You know what I mean? Especially the one that you're with. So, but go ahead.
No, that was good. That was good. So my question for you, because you said you're single.
Okay. Mr. Fairplay, he said every man don't want majority of these women that women consider beautiful. It's like they clone each other. Um, with that, I'm gonna let you respond to that. What do you think about that statement right there?
I I'm I would say that that's true.
Mhm.
I would even take it a bit further. It's not like we're cloned. Some of us look like I'm gonna go to the LGBT community, the
Right,
community. Some of us we're patterning ourselves or looking like these transsexuals,
right,
with our beauty standards,
right,
eating of the face and the constantly consistently wearing, wigs and getting fake butts and getting fake, this, that, and the
right,
other.
right,
You know, I've never understood why we as, black women, melanated women, most of us already came with the body standards that most men find attractive. However, we're kind of like leading the path in the cosmetic surgery community, getting BBL.
right, right. And the thing about that is that to that point, it's a copycat type mentality, but like I said, I'm speaking from a guy in his mid 40s, and it's more to it than looks to me at this point in stage in my life, career, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? So,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
anyway, back to your question. Um,
You said you are interested in conversation. It's more about conversation because you're older now, right?
yeah, it's more about conversation. Um, it's more about what it's more about what you can bring as far as um, value to me, and I'm not talking about monetary wise, money or anything like that. That's out of the question, because once the money, I mean, that's superficial to me, Um, but it's more about your personality. It's more about your heart, what's inside your heart. Um, but yeah, yeah. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, no. You're fine. So because you're single, you haven't found that, or do you find that's lacking in the dating scene?
What
I'm
I
curious.
found, what I found personally in my life, what I found is that folks my age, if you hear my dog yelling, he's about to kill somebody. I got a big old 100-pound pit bull. He sees something out there, but um,
Don't
but
worry.
yeah, he's a beast. He's a monster. But anyways, no, I have not found that, and that is because the women that I've come in contact with, they look at the body and the job and so forth and so on, and they look for a come up, or are looking for a come up. You know what I mean? They come across as genuine, but I found out otherwise. You know what I mean? And I'm not, and I'm, just because I've had a few bad experiences, I'm not just counting everybody out or anything like that.
Mhm.
But I have goals, and I have a lot of things that I need to work on personally and financially and all that. But I just that's what I've came across.
Okay. Okay. No, that's a fair assessment. I'm always curious to hear about men who are, mature,
Right,
what their take is if they're still single. You know what I'm
right.
saying? They're still out there looking.
Well, see, the thing about it is I've gotten to a point to where I'm not really looking anymore. It's
Mm.
like I'm trying to I'm so engrossed in my career and so engrossed in my daughter and so forth and so on. And so, with that being said, it's like, I if someone if someone is traveling that same path, the same goals that I have, then that's a plus. but I haven't had that yet, you know. So,
Okay.
but yeah, hope I answered that question.
You did. I'm looking at Amber Angel's Truth.
Can you highlight it, D Truth? Which
She says, I say intelligence is sexy.
oh yeah, intelligence is very sexy to me. I mean, can we? I mean, if someone could carry on a conversation, if a lady can carry on this conversation, we could talk about politics, we could talk about religion, we could talk about anything. You know, that right there is a major turn on to me. You know what I mean? And you know, the looks is a bonus. The looks is a bonus. You know what I mean? So
I believe looks should be a bonus, but I think with men, it's more so it's not. It's they're all about the look. They're
yeah,
all about the, you know, the physical and the visual.
and you know, but that comes from, in my opinion, that comes from men being shallow. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
These shallow-minded people think small. So that's my opinion about that. Yeah.
I like it. I like it. Okay. What would you have to ask me as a woman to get a woman's perspective on
What do you?
relationships?
Okay, and what you see, and I know that you're married, but in what
Mhm.
you see in today's men, um, and what you see in your daily life, what do we have to do to make ourselves better as men for our women, for our families, for our communities? What do you think is the biggest problem that we have as men in our society that holds us back? Because a lot of us, we have pride. You know what I mean? A lot of us have pride. We have a lot of, you know, bravado and so forth, and that won't allow us to grow. You know, we have to humble ourselves a lot. You know, and in order for us to be better, you got to humble yourself. But what do you think as a black woman out in the world, and you know what you laugh at? What do you think? What you laughing at, Justine?
I'm a black woman.
You're a
Yep.
black woman, yeah. But what do you think that we need to work on as you know, as a woman to a man? What do you think we should be working on to make, you know, make it happen?
Well, let me read this real quick. Mr. Fairplay, he says today's women want the admiration of men to, you know, to be admired by men and not their man. Women want the admiration of men and not their man. Okay, meaning other men and not necessarily their man.
I take it that's what he means, I guess.
It's like they want to be desired and pursued by many versus he took it off. By many versus
Speak
just
loud, D Truth.
by many
Versus being loved by
by
one.
one.
So in other words, they want attention by different men. I guess that's what he means.
Yeah. And all women want to be found attractive.
Oh, correct. Right. Oh, yeah. For sure.
All women want to be found attractive. They want to be desired. Um, and I don't feel they want to be desired by every man. They would love to get it from one man, but the problem is most of these women don't have one man. You
Right.
see what I'm saying?
Right.
They are, you know, they out here on social media and they're throwing up, you know, booty pics and titty pics and, you know,
Right.
every other kind of busting it wide open. They want admiration from, you know, all men, but they really want just one man. But because they
Right.
don't have one man, then they need to take it from every man.
Right. Right.
You know, give me something.
Right. Right.
But they really want to be in a relationship. They really want to be, you know, have that one man who admires them, that one man that's hugging up on them, that
Right.
one man that's slapping them on their, you know, their
Yep.
backside and telling
Hmm.
them, baby, you look good. But they
Right.
don't get that. So that's why they throw all that stuff up on social media.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
But back to your question, um, with regards to what can you do? What can men do? I think that's what you said. What can men
Yeah.
do?
Right. What can we do to be better for our women?
I would say communicate more. The one thing that men have a problem with is communicating. And it's more so because I'm Black, I got to speak for our community. It's
Yeah.
more so, they have a hard time communicating with us.
Right.
I think, for the most part, they have such a hard time is because sometimes we could be aggressive.
Right.
Sometimes we could be a little, harsh.
Right. Right. Right.
But still conversations need to be had.
Right.
And I think, unfortunately, some men back down from the challenge of, piercing through that veil that we have
Right.
without, and just, pursuing, those actual talks, those actual conversations.
Right. I think communication on both sides is the key. If you're going to get anywhere, without communication, you're not going to get anywhere. So, what you just said about Black women, and sometimes, Black women can be, whatever. A lot of men, me personally, I'm gonna be honest with you. I can handle the attitude, and I can handle all that. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I think if you just give up too easily, I mean, you just weak at heart, man. I mean, that's just point blank period. Here's a statement, Kevin. Can you put that up, D Truth? Kevin.
Is that my attorney? Hey, Kevin.
He says some women want to be loved if some women don't want to be loved. Oh, what in the world what are you talking about, Kevin?
What was that, Kevin? Come on now, my representation. You got to come better than that.
You got to come better than that, brother. But anyways, yeah, communication is a key. But what else? Is there something else that Mustafa, a lack of understanding and really know thyself? Yes.
Yes.
I agree. I totally agree. I totally agree with that. But what is there something else that us Black men we maybe lack, or something that we could work on to help our relationships, or if you are in a relationship, or in a relationship?
Confidence, knowing that you are as a man in a relationship or even in a marriage. I got to speak from the marriage perspective, that you are a protector, you are a provider, you are a priest, and it's not tied to your money.
Right.
It's tied to who you are. That is who you are.
Right. Right.
Despite what you bring in, that is what you bring to that marriage, that commitment to that relationship.
Right.
And some men are not strong enough to, because they don't have the money, they don't have the car, they don't have that six figure, they feel that they're not that protector, provider.
Right. Right. I want to play something for you that my brother sent to me. And I hope the chat can hear it. If y'all can't hear it, I can play it over. But he sent me this clip. He DM'd me on Instagram, and he sent this clip of this young lady talking. And I want to play this for you guys. And I want your perspective, because this is why I kind of like, when it comes to the dating scene, or come to women, and I'm not saying all women have this type of mentality that I'm going to but let me just play this, and I want your perspective, and the chat, if y'all can listen, if y'all can hear it, I want y'all to listen to what this young lady has to say.
Okay, let me see if we can hear it.
Mandatory that you should pay for in a relationship with a woman, okay? For example, her rent. That's number one. No woman should be paying her own rent if she's in a relationship with a man, all right? Her car payment, her light bill, her groceries, absolutely. She should never pay for groceries. Her gas, her insurance, because, I mean, if you're paying her car payment, you might as well pay the insurance as well. Don't you care about her safety? Yeah, pay the insurance. Shopping, okay? Your woman should never have to spend her own money to shop. I mean, what is the point of her having sex with you? For her good health? No. Take her shopping. Diamonds, okay? Diamonds are a girl's best friend. So if you're in a relationship with a woman, it is mandatory that by the 6-month mark, you buy her some diamonds, okay? And if your girl wants surgery, pay for it. Why not? Guess who's going to enjoy it? You. So, yes, get her a new pair of jugs because you can play with them, all right? It's not for her benefit. It's for your benefit. Pay for her titties. As a man, there's certain things that's mandatory that you should.
All right. There you have it. Did y'all hear all that?
Woo, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
That
Now,
was a lot.
and she spoke with a list too, man. So you never trust a woman with a list.
Sit back and eat. Mondo one said, drop your cash out so you can put it on the ticker. But y'all drop your cash out so you can put it on the ticker.
Drop the cash out.
Mine is it's just ETV, so it's the same as my name, but no spaces. Let me see here.
I'm gonna type it in.
Just let me know when y'all ready for everybody else to come up, and then I go commercial break. Then bring everybody up.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, Armando, man, shout out to you. I appreciate that.
Yes.
I'm trying to get to but anyways, did y'all hear that in the chat? Did y'all hear all that? I hope y'all did. You hear that?
Loud and clear.
But anyways,
loud and clear. Woo-hoo. That was a lot. There go my attorney, my representative.
Before we get to that, we're going to a commercial break right quick, and me and Kevin gonna stay muted. And I wanted to see hear y'all's perspective. I actually want to hear each perspective on what that woman said at the commercial break.
Don't ever change for anybody. Don't ever trade your soul. Don't even listen to him. He don't know nothing at all. Try not to get too involved, but really it's breaking my heart. How you keep changing for him? Never forget who you are. You butterfly. You're a butterfly. Butterfly. Wings spread, just let it fly. Butterfly. Butterfly. What is life without brightness? Be a light. You were never quiet, never so shy. Now you're so serious all of the time. Show me that smile, it's not too late to reinvent yourself. Ooh. Bust out your cocoon, spray on your perfume, and go enjoy your new point of view. There's no way you can lose, the world works for you. Now that you're
Hey, you guys, what's going on? It's your girl Together We Break Chains Production. Elevation Squad, squad up. I just made a cup. Look at me. I just made my first cup. Yeah, boy. Here we go. Yep. Well, it's a little wet because I kind of messed up a little bit, but you know what? I don't care about showing you guys my mistakes because it only makes me better. So this is my first cup that I made on my own. Tell me what you think.
Shout out to Together.
Yes.
That's some awesome work. Awesome.
Okay, I'm still coming to get my t-shirt. I want that. What Jesus still working on me for real.
Together, I sent my email address to DTruth. If you're listening out there in the radio audience, you guys, y'all go sub up to her. Shout out to Commission Artwork Team. You got there's the baddest baddest art team on social media. And I truly do believe that. So, but anyways, back to I'm going to play it again. D Truth. I'm going to play it again for those who didn't hear. But if you didn't hear, my brother sent me this. My brother's a pastor, by the way. He's a pastor of a church here in my city here. He's and he is also single, a single man. And so with the pastor, they always throw it at the pastor. So but he's staying firm. But anyways, I'm gonna play this again, and so you guys can hear this. And I really want to hear what the chat thinks about this. But I really want to hear what your perspective about this type of mentality, Just E. I really want your perspective on that. Okay, so I'm gonna play it again, and here we go. Hold on, just a sec. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Lost it. Hold on, just a second. Okay.
And what he can get, if you got the channel, drop the channel links in the chat, and y'all can share this video. This live.
Already sharing.
No, take her shopping. Diamonds, okay? Diamonds are a girl's best friend. So if you're in a relationship with a woman, it is mandatory that by the 6-month mark, you buy her some diamonds, okay? And if your girl wants surgery, pay for it. Why not? Guess who's gonna enjoy it? You. So yes, get her a new pair of jugs because you can play with them, all right? It's not for her benefit, it's for your benefit. Pay for her titties. As a man, there's certain things that's mandatory that you should pay for in a.
All right. Now, this young lady says that they're mandatory. A man is supposed to. These are off the rip that it's mandatory. So this is the society that This is the society that we live in. A lot of people have this mentality. I'm not trying to say everybody, every lady or every man has this mentality, but it's out there, But go ahead, Jesse. What do you think?
Not a problem. Hold on one quick second. I see my Cash App that was put up, but it's spelled wrong. It's supposed to be It's Just ETV. That's on the ticker.
Okay.
Just a quick disclaimer. It's just ETV.
Okay.
But oh my God. Bless her heart. Let me say that first. Bless her heart, young lady.
That's her picking heart.
Okay. Bless your heart, child. Together says she lost her mind. Okay. I'm gonna let Together say it the way I want to say it. She did lose her mind. You can't. How is it that a man is responsible for your rent, your shopping sprees, your car note, your insurance, your titties, your booty, and you gonna go and give it to somebody else? That's not your husband, my dear. That's not your husband, beloved. That's a man. How is a man supposed to front you all this money? Like he your financier, he your bank. I don't understand women. And I tell this to my daughter all the time. I don't understand women like this. I really don't. I guess it's the nature of today, because men have been out here talking about, the Rick Rosses and the Drakes. It ain't tricking if you can afford it.
Man, it's tricking. I've always, when these rappers say that, man, it's tricking regardless if you can afford it or not.
Right. I don't come from that era. You know what I'm saying? I don't come from that era. It was always, if you was in that, you don't pay no hoes. But now you pay hoes. Now the hoes get paid. I didn't come from that era, so I'm like, and the man is comfortable with doing it. So,
Right.
you know, for the men that, you know, you got it like that and you want to do that, that's your right. But you are really, I mean, no man owes you that. No man owes you.
Well, here's the thing with me, and I'm speaking for myself personally. This is a young lady that's speaking, but there's a lot of older ladies that speak this way as well.
Mm-hmm.
So because of this, and I'm speaking from my I'm speaking on my perspective and not anybody else. I can't speak for all the men out there, but from my perspective and from my end, whenever I hear this, I it makes me question everybody that I come in contact with that wants to date me or wants to talk to me or is interested in me or hey, here's my number, blah blah blah. It makes me question if you have this type of mentality. You know what I mean? So it all goes back to what you were talking about. What I was talking about, and I'll explaining to you about what's in your mind. You know what I mean? What's in your mind is eventually going to come out of your damn mouth. You know what I mean? Which is nothing. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
with that being said, I'm always, and I don't know if this is right or wrong. You can tell me. You can tell me. I mean, it's you and me
It's
up here, but
wrong.
um,
Yeah, I'm
I
down with
I
you.
question. I always question people's um motive. You know what I mean? And so, um, what are you really talking to me for? Do you just want the D, or you just want my body, or you just want what is your motive? You just want my money, you know? So I get I have a lot of, and I want to tell you this here, I have a lot of young people um, work for me. A lot of young
Mhm.
people. I want to say anywhere from 19 to 25. You know what I mean? It's more ladies that work for me than it is men.
Mhm.
So and of course I got there's our customers. So every single day there's going to be someone um, that's going to basically throw it at you. I know I have a lot of friends that fallen victim and lost their jobs because they've done some stupid stuff. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
I know a lot of guys. I know a lot of guys that were in my position that actually did do these things for
For women?
ladies. Hell yeah, just like for this lady, like this lady here. I know,
Really?
man. Let me tell you something. The power. Let me tell you something, Justine. The power. Okay, when a man has power, okay, when a man is a boss, when a man is in management or whatever, you know what I mean, in a place of leadership, there's something that goes on in your head that makes you feel like you're invincible, makes you feel like you're powerful. And then people who are underneath you, women, they see that as well. And so you think that you can just, you know, do whatever. You know what I mean? And I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen time and time and time and time again. You know what I mean? But the thing about it is that it all goes back to having a shallow mind. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And it's just my way of thinking is just totally different from the average person. You know what I mean? So you have to be mentally strong. You have to be mentally strong. Um, you know, everything that glitters is not gold. You know what I mean? So,
Absolutely.
but go ahead. Floor is yours.
What you say? These hoes ain't they are not. But that's the they not loyal, but they don't have to be. You
Right.
know, they don't have to be. And we just talking about a small group of folks. So this ain't your everyday average.
This is not your everyday average, I understand.
Right.
Um, but it's one of those things that, like I said, if she has this mentality, how many young ladies, even older ladies, have this mentality? You know what I'm
They,
saying?
right. And they do, and it's sad because they listening to the Sexy Red. These older women that are my age listen to Sexy Red, listening to Cardi B, Meg The Stallion. What's the other one?
Sex. Oh,
What's her
you already
name?
said sexy red.
Sukiana,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah,
Sukiana, whatever her name is. You
yeah.
know, they listening to this, and And I'm like, what? Why? Number one, and what makes you think a lot of women our age they think that they can actually compete? And women, say what you got to say, but you cannot compete against young girls. I'm sorry.
They try to. Let me read this right quick. Mr. Fairplay, he says, if you have to cosmetically alter your appearance for a man to desire you, then you're chasing the wrong type of men.
I agree.
I totally agree with Mr. Fairplay. You dead on that, Mr. Fairplay. If it all goes back to what you just said, E, about having confidence in yourself. You know what I mean? If you have confidence in yourself, then you don't have to appease everybody around you. You're confident in yourself that you can pull a man naturally or whatever. You know what I mean? But if you want to do that, if you want to fix yourself for you, then that's different. If you want to fix yourself for you and nobody else, that's different. You know what I mean? But if you got to fix yourself just to throw that hook and sinker out there, then I question that. But
can I be honest with you?
Go ahead.
Most of us as women, we ain't really doing it for y'all. We are doing it for ourselves.
You think most of you doing that? I believe you. I would believe a lady like yourself, but you know what I mean? There's a lot of women that I know personally, a lot of women that do things just for show.
They do for show, but it's really for themselves. It
is for themselves, but in the long
it's a competition with women. It ain't really for y'all. I'm just gonna be honest.
Well, you got a point there.
We just reap the benefits
of
that type of body. But we really in competition with ourselves.
Well, since you put it that way, I get what you're saying, because it's in a lot of people in a competition with other people or other women, their peers or whatnot. I got you.
Yep.
Oh, he just read that. Together is crazy.
What she say?
She said, now they want you to build a hoe.
Man, you say I build a bear, now it's build a hoe. Yes.
Amber says some people will be more content with an Android bot.
She's not lying. They building them as we speak.
Right.
They building them as we speak. That's the true rabbit hole.
Right.
Going down.
Realist says, in this era, if you ain't making it clap, you ain't attractive. Let social media tell it. And that's true.
That's true. And how do we combat that? Because you say you want a real woman. You say you want that virtuous, that good woman, but you constantly going after the big butt, the small waist, the big titties, the fake hair, the fake nose, the big lips. What you saying one thing, but when we see you, what you have on your arm, what you're looking at in your OnlyFans, what you're DMing on your Instagram, don't look like what you're saying you want. So can we have a come to Jesus moment?
Right. But I will say this. Conversations like this, conversations with your children, we always talk about the children and how we teach them and what they learn in school and so forth, so on. Conversations like this that you have with your family will help. You know what I mean? But unfortunately, if you think about it, D-Truth, he put a great statement. I don't know if you caught it or not, but going to school for a kid is almost like a job. You know what I mean? It's a job. The job is hours. The number of hours that they spend away from us, what are they actually learning? You know what I mean? So in that, especially our high schoolers, I got a high schooler. She's a sophomore in high school. So I know for a fact, you know what I mean? Because I was a kid, I was a teenager, you know what I mean? There is a standard that, with the big booty and all that, there's a standard there. I'm not saying that it's not, I'm not saying it's, right or wrong, but I'm just saying that's just the way we, that's the life we live. The folks, I mean, the school system, and that's just our society. So it's our job to kind of like, teach them. But yeah, you can't just say you want a good woman and then speak like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't. And you do have to teach your kids. I mean, they're at school, like D-Truth was saying, they're at school 8 to 10 hours of the day.
Right.
If they have athletics, if they play in athletics, then they're going into, they go
Right.
to school, then they're playing sports. So they're definitely gone from the home at least 10 to 12 hours of the day.
Right.
So they're being bombarded with not necessarily what you're teaching them, because you're not seeing them that often.
Right.
Even on the weekends, if they play sports or if they're any type of academic, they are off doing other things. So they are in all different types of echo chambers and not necessarily sitting down at the table having conversations with you, or even spending those moments as you're taking them to their games or whatever they have to do. You're not having those conversations.
Right.
And I think that's what's missing.
But I'm not going to be all, since we're up here and we're talking about these real things. I'm a man. I like looking at certain things.
No, be honest. That's
I read what D-Truth said. He said, "Do you trust a big booty and a smile?" I plead the fifth on that. Amber says, "I wonder how women feel after, after
dismantle
face, nails, lashes, etc." Man, what do you think about that as a woman, when people, as you put it, when ladies dismantle their face, nails, lashes? Do you feel like a lot of women still have that emptiness in their heart? What do you think?
Absolutely. And you wonder how they feel. They don't recognize themselves. You know what I'm saying? After you dismantle your face, after you take off all this paint, after you done beat your face, you take it off. You take off your lashes, you take off the nails. A lot of these women don't recognize themselves.
Right.
That's why they walking around with that on a daily basis. That was just supposed to be for you when you dress up. You want to look nice. There used to be a level of there's the face that you have on a daily. There's a face that you have when you go to work. It's subtle. And it's the face that you have if you're going out. Right. Now everything is the face that we have when you're going out. You have women with full beats at the gym.
Right.
You know me?
Now that's
at the gym.
Now, don't let me get started on that.
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's like they don't even have confidence in themselves to be at the gym getting it in without being fully beat.
Yeah, and me personally, I know I go to gym is work, but it's also that's my stress relief. It's my sanctuary. That's my time to get away from the world.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of gentlemen, all they do is all they do is stalk. So you hit the point, you hit the nail on the head right there on that. Who we got up here on the panel?
Who's up on the panel?
Who's this?
I can't see the name.
Let me read Mr. Fairplay here. My twin girls got bullied because of their natural hair in middle school. I shut that shit down quick. I told them never feel bad because you choose to be real in the eyes of the fake. Hey, Mr. Fairplay, salute, bro. Salute. Flamethrower, what's going on, bro?
Hey, how y'all doing, man?
Oh, man, we up here chopping it up.
Salute to the panel and the chat, y'all.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate you coming out and supporting us.
Yes.
Hey, I was listening to y'all get it on, right? And I was like, y'all was hitting on some stuff. I was like, damn, I can't even write down, I can't even type the question fast enough. By the time y'all got through that chat and done rolled up, I'm like, they ain't gonna see it. So I was like, well, let me get on here because y'all was saying something. I want to go back just a little bit. But y'all was the sister, It's Just E TV was like, I kind of caught the back end of it. She was saying something about get the benefits of the body. I guess y'all was talking about body parts and stuff like that, and I heard her say, the older women, excuse me,
I know
the
you
older women can't compete with the young girls.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I begs to differ.
Hey, Flamethrower, I was going to, that was in the back of my mind, but I won't let you finish. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna tell you why. Okay,
Okay.
first of all, niggas that want young girls, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can't deal with a real woman.
Already.
So
Freak.
that nigga there needs to be out of that woman's pool of what she's fishing for.
Mhm.
So since that nigga there gonna be competing with that young girl, it ain't no competition for her because she don't want that nigga because he want young girl. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's levels to this shit here, y'all. You dig? It's like you got people with a mentality that wants to see the fake booties and all y'all was talking about. I'm a natural man. You
Mm-hmm.
dig? I mean, when I look at that stuff, I just like, when I see a woman like that, because I be telling brothers, say, man, I ain't going back and forth with these sisters, man. I ain't gonna do it. Look, the sister can cuss me up one end down the other. I ain't going back at her with it because I understand how powerful she is.
Amen.
I understand that she was here first, and I understand that, like the black man, she has lost her identity, her role in this whole game.
Amen.
Because really, fellas, let me tell you like it is. Without the sister, the shit don't work. You understand what I'm saying? See, a cat can go out, right? He can have 1,000 girls and make 100 babies. He the man. He cool. He this. He that dude, right? But when that sister go out there and have 3 babies by 3 different men, she all kind of whores and sluts and things. See, something ain't right with that. With me, it don't sit right with me. So when I hear y'all talk about all the body parts and no, because they don't understand what their role is and they worth. Because if they knew it, and if the fellas knew it, we could fall in line. Hey, I'm talking about a thing could be beautiful. That woman, see, we gotta not beat down the women. We gotta talk to them. We gotta reel them in. We gotta talk to them. We gotta empathize with them, and we gotta let them know that we know that they got the power. See, women can put up with a whole lot of mental shit that men can't. See, women think that shit out. But what a woman would do when that man started to get a little bit out of control, that woman be like, yeah, baby, you right. You right. You that dude. She gonna have to pump him up to calm him down. See, she know how to work that, but see, a man can't do that to himself, or he can't do it for her. Because we spontaneous. The women, they think it out. So now these girls out here, they out here running around gallivanting, like you said. One lady say, you got your booty on Instagram, and shit, 100,000 men, women, and maybe some children done seen it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want nobody seeing my ass but my wife. You dig?
That's
You know
right.
what I'm saying? So,
Right.
and I ain't gonna, I'm gonna move it on along because she calling for me now. I got to get out of here. Y'all about to get me in trouble. So, I just wanted to say that, it's levels to this thing. And one thing, fellas, about big booties, it's too much shit to clean, y'all. Hey, so look, I thank y'all for letting me come up, man. I'm like say, the wife calling, I got to go.
Appreciate you.
Hey man, I appreciate you, Flamethrower,
I
bro.
appreciate y'all too, man. Y'all got me going, and look, and y'all know how it is out here. See, I should have been gone 8 seconds ago. In a minute, y'all, I'm gone.
All right.
I love it. I love it.
Hey, but what to add on what he's saying, I've always been attracted to older women. You know what I mean? The younger women I've never been able to relate to younger women or women my age. It's always been, older women. So I don't think, for younger women to try to compete with the youngins, that's a turnoff to me. You know what I mean? That's a major turnoff to me. You know what I mean? Be yourself. Act your age. You know what I'm saying? because a real man is not going to go for the superficial stuff. You know what I mean? So that stuff is going to be that stuff's going to play out. You know what I mean? So, but that's just my perspective, you know, on that.
I get you, and it wasn't. I think he misunderstood me when I said that, you know, older women can't compete with the young women. I'm not saying in, you know, in her value or her looks, because clearly, no disrespect to the young women that are in the chat, if there's any, you know, we have held up better than y'all in most cases because y'all keep beating your face. I digress. But what I was talking about was more so the older women, the more mature women trying to compete with the younger girl for the younger man.
I got you. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
You need to get out the way. And that's the problem, because you're past that age. You're past that having birthing age. You feel me?
Right.
You
Exactly.
step aside and let these young women get with these men and create and build build families.
Right.
You don't have that capacity anymore. I know we look good. We take care of ourselves, but you know, at a certain point, we can't produce anymore. There's a cutoff to us.
Right.
You know, no matter how good we look, no matter how popping our bodies is, we can't produce at a certain age.
Right.
So that's what I'm talking about.
I got you. I got you.
Young lady's way.
I got you. I understand now. Mr. Fairplay says, ain't gonna lie, the bigger the ass on the girl I was dating, I had more problems out of her ass.
You know it.
Oh my God. Me too.
Fighting them off. Every time you turn around, somebody looking at your girl, you feel you gotta fight.
Man, B Rob said me too, Sylvia. Yeah, I know, little bro. I know. Anyways, Amber says, once again, intelligence is sexy in a man's character. Absolutely.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree.
You know, it's one thing that whenever I see a man, I feel embarrassed when a man can't express himself, you know what I'm saying? Or a man is not confident in himself. You know, all of that is just one of those things that I believe that women look at, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Your body posture, your everything, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, D-Truth, if somebody else wants to come up, they can. I really like one of you ladies to come up.
I know.
We had a man's perspective.
Amber.
Ladies, come on up.
Anita,
please.
Somebody come up.
If y'all, whoever wants to come up. But anyways, you have another question while they're gonna come up?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's D-Truth?
No, that's D.
That's me. Hey, y'all run the show. I'm just producing right now.
Okay. Okay. We like to have another lady up here if they come up and ask some questions or give a perspective or give their side of things, or
disagree. I don't mind disagreement.
Yeah, if they have a disagreement with what's going on, really love to have a lady's perspective up here.
We can go to a commercial, see if together, somebody come up here and get a different perspective. Y'all want to?
Okay.
It's y'all call.
Yeah, we're down with it.
I need something to drink real quick.
What you what don't mind?
You already know.
All right. It's gonna be, let's see. Okay, here we go.
Hey, you guys, it's your girl. Together we break chains production. And look what your girl is up to. Look at my t-shirts I'm making. Look at the t-shirts I'm making, y'all. Look at this. Your girl been busy. Your girl been real busy. Look at this. I'm sorry if I'm flashing by so quick, y'all, but I'm doing a lot of different things at the moment. Look at me. I can't hold the t-shirt any other way because I got a bunch of them out. But don't forget to hit that like button, y'all, that post notification bar, and don't forget to subscribe to the channel.
Shout out to Together We Break.
Yes, yes.
Awesome work. I can't wait to get a shirt or a hat or something. Y'all go subscribe up to her. Together We Break Productions.
Yes.
Very talented. But yeah, we'd like to have some ladies to come up. Love to hear y'all's perspective on things. But what you got for us, Jesse? You got another question?
Yep. And I'm gonna probably get the women mad at me, but you know,
Okay.
charges to my heart. Okay. Question. Ladies, and hopefully it'll bring them up or at least, you know, spark a conversation in the chat. Women, why are we the prize? You're the gift, but you've already given your gift away. You've allowed men to play with it, toss it to the side for someone else. So why are we the prize? What does that statement mean to you? Why are we the prize if we've already given it away? Why are we the prize?
So why are y'all the prize?
Why are we the prize if we already give it away? Because you know, most women are like, I'm the prize. I'm the prize. I'm the prize, you know.
But they've used themselves, basically, they've used themselves, they've given themselves, you know, that's what you're saying. They've given themselves
away. Technically, right. that statement is for that prize is, you know, for a married man.
For your husband, yeah.
Your husband. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's long gone. So why are you the prize?
Well, the reason why they do that is all goes back to self-respect, self-worth, you know, confidence. That's that lack of confidence there is, in my opinion. Don't you think?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, because why are you going to do that and say those things and do the contrary? You know what I mean? When you have ladies the ladies I've seen that said that, you know what I mean? I had a friend of mine, the very words that you were saying, she used to say that all the time. But she'll date a guy, know him for like a week or two. I literally, she'll know him for a week or two, you know, knock him down or whatever. Tattoo him on tattoo his name.
Oh
yeah. And it's just, you know, and then the cycle of dudes that she were talking to. I mean, it's just sad. You know what I mean? Here she is. She's, you know, she's working, going to school, trying to, you know, make something out of herself, and then she, you know, single mother trying to take care of her kids, and she's going after these dudes or whatever that have no job. They hustle on the side. You know what I'm going with that. You know what I mean? So when you got someone like that, you know, I used to, you know, I tried to talk to her, you know, try to, you know, encourage her, try to admonish her, not try to tell her what to do, you know what I mean? But there was no hope in that, you know what I mean? And still to this day, she's doing the same damn thing, you know what I mean? So that's to answer your question, If you're the prize, then act like it. If you're the prize, then conduct yourself as such. Don't be giving yourself away to these dudes out here that
Absolutely.
Have some dignity about yourself. You know what I mean? Because in the long run, these dudes are not going to respect you. If you have this mentality and then you're just you're just throwing it every which way, they're not going to have the respect that you deserve. So
Absolutely. The truth. Oh, he left.
he done left.
Yeah. No, and I think that's just like that recording you played.
Yeah.
I truly believe that's what she felt. I'm the prize. Look at me. Look how good I look. You're supposed to pay for this.
That's exactly what she felt. You know what I mean?
Right. And that's why I make that statement. So besides your looks,
what else can you offer?
Right. What else are you offering to make you a prize? And correct. I like what Amber said. She said, what did she say? She's like, I don't look at it that way. Only winners get prizes. Absolutely. And that's what I mean. Yeah. Only winners get prizes. You know what I'm saying? And that with that prize, there's, with that accolade, that trophy, is that gift.
Right.
So you already gave that gift to a whole bunch of other men. I can tell by the conversation, by your statements you made, you want car payments, you want rent paid, you are not the prize.
Right. I like what Mr. Fairplay just said. He says they do it because the ones they admire in TV, movies, and social media do it. That's exactly true.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's that's all glittering gloss but it's not in the real life. Armando, it sounds good. It sounds good. But in real life.
Right.
I think I hit you, Armando. I think I got you. I got you, big bro. I got you.
Okay, you hit it.
Oh my goodness. Mr. Not knowing all of it is fake. Exactly. All of it is fake across the board. They're not showing you their life. They're just throwing that stuff out there to you so you can, but in real life, that's not the case.
It's not.
It's not the case at all.
How do we get to how do we stop this cycle? Because you can't. I look at it like this, for the older folks, no disrespect. I'm older too, so don't judge me. Don't come for me. But for the older folks, how do we get our young folks to the promised land? In the Bible, only Jacob, Moses, and the old crew, they didn't get to go to the promised land because they had a mentality about them.
Right.
They had an old way of thinking, and they couldn't see past it.
Right.
But Jacob, they saw past it. They saw the promised land. They saw what was to be offered. So how do we get our youth, our young adults to the promised land and not be trapped in, what unfortunately some of us as older individuals have been trapped into?
I'm gonna say this here. It's not gonna take it's not gonna take overnight. It's not an overnight process. The old statement that we hear, the old cliche that we hear all the time, that it takes a village to raise our children, to raise our future. So it's one step at a time. You know what I mean? At first, you can't look at the big picture, so to speak. You got to worry about your home first. You know what I mean? Make sure that our personal tribe, our kids, our nieces, our nephews, they are taught properly at an early age of how to conduct themselves, especially our young women. Well, men and women. But what I'm saying is how to conduct yourselves so you can be ready for your mate. You know what I mean? A lot of folks out there, you might not be religious, but there's a verse in the Bible that says precept upon precept, line upon line.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That means
Absolutely.
it's just one step at a time. You know what I mean? It's not going to take. It's a process. With our people, it's a process. You know what I mean? And so, but that's how we have to look at it. You know, we can't save the whole generation, but we can start with ourselves and work our way out.
No, that's good. I truly believe that we have to start within our own circles, right?
Right.
And our own families and, the people who are close to us to, kind of, and then give that message or, teach. If you
There's
can reach one, you teach one, you reach one.
each one teach one. That's it.
Right. And
You know, I even have, like I said, I have a lot of young people that work for me, and they're like, they always talk to me, and that's the opportunity there for myself to put it out there. Hey, this might not be your career, but let me help you with something, so that way, and that type of mentality will help our young people. You know what I mean? Just any chance that you have, that folks that are close to you, whether it's your family, your job, that's how we make a difference. Together says, I remember my niece, me and a guy from Italy. He came here after 1 year. He thought she had long hair for real. When she took her extensions out of, scared him. I laughed.
He's like, what?
Man,
That ain't you? Okay.
he got a rude awakening on that one.
Okay.
Mr. Fairplay, ain't no popular female influencer out here being uplifted for being a faithful, wholesome woman in the Black community.
True. That's true.
Yeah, I
That's
agree.
true.
That's the problem, because to be that, it takes work. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Nobody says it's going to be easy, but people always try to take the easy route.
Exactly.
Hey, B Rob, big little bro, I appreciate you, man.
Salute to you, B Rob. Thank you so much.
Hey, man, B Rob is like one of them. He's like a little brother that wants to take out his gun
I
and
know.
just start shooting everybody. But you're like, hey, little bro, let's save your bullets. Save your bullets.
Right.
I got you.
I tread lightly when I'm on the panel with B Rob. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, man.
He listen.
Good dude, man.
Really,
Thank you, Ms. Amber.
I appreciate that.
Appreciate you. But anyways, yeah. But to answer your question, that's all. That's how it takes. It's not going to happen overnight. But you just have to start where you live.
I agree with that. I mean, I just think that we need to have more table talk. I mean, to me, this is a virtual table talk,
Right,
which I'm
right.
appreciative for, because it reaches, we all in different area codes, we all in different time zones. So
Right.
this is like a virtual table talk. But
Right.
I wish the conversation would go further than just us and
Right.
more into your own homes, to kind of like, talk to your kids, your nieces, your nephews, your nieces and nephews' friends. You know what I'm saying? Just
Right.
more conversations. I think we have gotten away from talking to our children,
Right.
and letting them try to figure it out for themselves, which we see how that's going. And it don't look too good. It doesn't look too bright. I think we need to bring it back in. They
Absolutely.
really don't have a clue, even though they sound like they have a clue. They
Right.
really don't have a clue. And
Right.
we need to just have those roundtable, those conversations, bring it back into the family, like, having those table talks, those dinners, those, just coming together,
Right.
talking, and it may not always, come out the way we want it to, but you got to plant a seed.
Right. You got to plant a seed, and once you plant a
We're
seed,
not planting seeds anymore.
right. That's right. That's right. I think what's happened in our communities is that the older generation when they pass on, there's they pass the torch, but the torch is not being done right. You know what I mean? So I know growing up as a kid, my grandparents, every weekend I remember, uh, everybody went over to my grandparents' house, and they were like, they were just like the patriarchs. That they were highly respected. You know, what they said was golden. You know what I mean? So, but after they passed on, uh, they kind of died off. You know what I mean? So what you're saying is just it's just correct. So
That's why I'm appreciative of D Truth and Armando, and these positive conversations, not always roasting, not
oh yeah,
always just shooting the shit.
right,
Apart my French, but just having these types of conversations, I feel it needs to happen more. A lot of people don't know how to talk no more. A lot of people don't
they,
know how to talk no more to their family. They don't know how to talk no more about issues. They don't know how to disagree without being upset and angry.
right.
We can agree to disagree, but at least have a conversation. Don't just ignore the conversation. And I think that's what's happened. We have ignored conversations for the lack of not wanting to upset people, not wanting to have a discord. But discord is what brings change. You have to hear all perspectives. You don't have, not everyone is not, no one's going to be, sometimes no one's going to be right. Right. But have the conversation.
At least have the conversation.
Right.
You know what I mean? And don't run from the conversation. Just
don't
like you said.
Run from the Don't run from it. That part. Don't run from the conversation.
Just like you said, you can, have a healthy dialogue is when you can disagree, but you don't have any hard feelings. There's no malice. You know what I'm saying? But that leaves the conversation open later on down the road to where, okay, I understand what you're saying now. I agree with what you're saying now. You know what I mean?
Right. Not everything you're going to agree with right now. You may not be. It's this pastor I used to listen to. He's like, you can only understand to the level of your understanding. Your level of understanding may not be there, but just because it's not doesn't mean that you can't plant a seed. And maybe, 2 years, a year, 5 years down the road, that person may be like, I understand now. My mom has said a lot of things to me that I didn't understand at that time because I was too young to understand it.
Yes.
But now that I'm older, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I understand it now.
Exactly. How many times have we heard our parents say something and they, as young people, and they said, hey, you might not understand that now, but you're going to understand it when you get to be my age and you have kids. And that's rang true. You know what I mean?
It rings true. At the time, I'm like, you tripping. I whatever. Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to agree with you to get you out my face because you're talking too much.
Right.
Now, as I'm older, and I, sometimes I can look at myself or something that I say, and I'm like, damn, I sound like my mama.
Exactly.
I get it. I get it now.
Exactly. Don P says we also need to lead by example. We need to show, improve, not just preach. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yes, Amber. Those days, as far as family days, those days are over. Y'all are right. People use text more now, and so much is lost in translation. Exactly. You can't express your feelings the way you can on a text. That's the reason why things can be misconstrued.
Absolutely. Even at my job, I don't like when certain emails or certain Slacks come about that, come across like I don't agree, or I can see that obviously to me when I'm reading it,
right,
it seems like there's a problem. So I'm like, let's get on the phone and have a conversation.
Let's have a conversation.
Do you have a quick moment to chat, live? And I'll put a Zoom in. I'm like, hey, I read this, what's going on? And once I get them on the phone, it doesn't sound as harsh as when I was reading it in that Slack or in that email.
Right.
Sometimes you just need to have those actual dialogues with a person to understand, to get, to get the real.
Exactly. B. Rob says we can become those leaders and lead them to a better path. Absolutely.
We need to be. I mean, we in our community we talk a lot.
Yep.
And I'm not just pointing the finger at nobody. I'm gonna point the finger at myself.
Right.
Point it at anybody else.
Right.
We talk a lot, but we don't put action behind our words.
That's right. Everybody wants to be a leader. If you notice, everybody wants to be a leader. Everybody calls himself a boss.
Mm-hmm.
But a boss is not afraid to lead. And being a leader is not just pounding yourself on the chest as a man. I'm your leader. No, people are going to respect you whenever you know where you're headed. You know how to get there.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to come with me, I'm going to take you there. People going, and if you're stirring them in the right direction, they're gonna follow you. You know what I mean? But as a leader, you know what I mean. You got to understand that just being a boss and having that title is not going to make you a leader.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
What's going on, Don P?
Hey, Don P.
What's going on? Shout out to you guys on the panel. Y'all speaking nothing but truth. I respect that. Shout out to the truth for having a channel for this. But I definitely agree with everything you guys saying. And also, we can preach to our children, but if we're not, like my last statement said, if we're not leading by example, they're not gonna listen to us, So we need to show and prove,
Right.
Absolutely.
We can't be out here being players and tell our children to be, faithful to a relationship one-on-one, So we need to show and prove by example too. Because a lot of us preach, but don't practice what we preach. So they overlook that because if they can't respect us for doing what we do, practicing what we preach, and we're not practicing it, then they're not gonna listen to us. So we need to be true to ourselves too, and to our children.
Absolutely.
Amen to that, brother. Everything you said was 100% factual.
Absolutely. And I think that comes from, just our generation. And I don't know how old you are, but our generation, we listen to our parents. We listen to our elders, even though they weren't necessarily walking that way. But we can't do that with the young people that we have today. They smarter than that. They don't respond to that. They looking at, I hear what you're saying, but that ain't what you're doing.
Right. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? That's that. I wouldn't say lack of respect, but they're more knowledgeable.
Right.
They're more knowledgeable. So you can't pull the wool. We came from, just respect, no matter what, just respect. Respect our elders, respect what they said, follow what they say. This young generation ain't built like that
at all.
You really have to.
Like I said before, it starts at home because I have a 15-year-old, and he got his little first girlfriend, and I was talking to somebody on the side, but it wasn't that serious, and I would take him to church every Friday to meet his girlfriend, and to listen to the church. And one day I was like, oh, maybe I will meet a decent woman right here in this church. And he was like, Daddy, what about Carissa, the girl you've been seeing? And unfortunately, I had to tell him like, yo, she's not into something real serious, she's just wasting time. She just doesn't want a relationship. She just wants a friend and somebody to take care of her. But I also told him she ain't gonna be around much longer. So like I said, we ain't just gotta talk, we gotta show and prove. And I had to show and prove to him that she wasn't gonna be around much longer, and she wasn't around much longer. So we have to teach them the truth, and like I said, not just tell them whatever they want to hear, but be about it and present it to them about it. Because this player culture and this, it's all right to have multiple women. It's not cool, even though we preach it and teach it to our children, and it's not cool at all. And so, like I said, we must show and prove and teach our children because like the lady on the panel said, these kids are smarter. They ain't falling for the okie doke. They don't fall for the okie doke, and they can see. And just because we think they're younger than us and are lesser than us or minor than us, they can't see the truth, but they can see the truth. They actually can, and that's why I say I must show and prove. I can't just say who I am. I gotta show who I am and show them how to be by example. We can't lie to these children and then be somebody else behind their backs. We must be truthful with them, and that's how they learn and they see. Because we might tell them, be faithful and loyal to your family, and then we out here bringing different women into our house every different day. We can't do that. We need to show and prove, man. And that's why I lead by example, because my son is a reflection of me. And I don't say it by this. I hold honor to my community for telling me. My community tells me, your son is respectful, your son is well mannered. So that honors me, because you know what? I try to teach that, and I exercise that in front of him to teach him. We can't front to these kids. We can't tell them be this and that, and we're doing something else. This is a different age. This is they know what it is. And like I said, be truthful to your child, man, and let them know what it is. Lead by example, man. Lead by example, because that's where we went wrong. Even our parents were okey doke, and they told us to do this, but they didn't lead by example. But we need to show the next generation by leading by example.
Man, you really, I appreciate that, what you just
Absolutely.
stated.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Mr. Fairplay says being a faithful unit is kind of simple. Being a family unit is kind of simple. It's all about respecting everyone's contribution to the team, whether it's monetary or intellectual.
I agree with that.
It says
I agree with
respect
that
and support
statement.
each other within the family unit, and outside influence cannot manifest.
Yep.
Correct. And a negative influence in our children's lives is this TV and this music culture. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid not to pay that cable bill. Get rid of that cable bill, because it's a negative influence to us. What we see on TV is a negative influence to us. What we hear on the radio, it's a negative influence to us. Like, I don't pay for cable. I don't need cable, because you know why? It's negative. Back in the days, we didn't need cable. Remember when TV used to go off at 12 midnight, and they used to
Man,
scramble and be like, ooh,
yes.
you know?
Yes.
Um, Yes, so it ain't, remember, these kids are privileged. We didn't have these privileges. Don't give them those privileges, just because the mainstream follows that.
Right.
Um, Remember who we are. Don't be comfortable in our lives, because that's the problem. We we we're too we want to be too comfortable in our lives, and we don't want to pay attention to our children, so we're letting these phones and tablets raise our children. It's a sacrifice between the parents too. We need to pay attention to them and school them, because most people out here, they'll just give them whatever they want to entertain them, so we ain't gotta listen to them, and we ain't gotta deal with this problem. And
Woo.
and, and that's a big problem in reality, man. We need to
Don
take that
P.
away from them, man.
You speaking truth, Don P.
Hey
Woo.
man, he preaching.
My
He preaching.
goodness. That's church.
Hey man, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Man.
You already know, man. And like I said, I don't just talk this talk. I live this talk, because I want
Mhm.
my son to become a better person. And we can't change the world, man. We can't change the world. It's hard to change the world, but we can start with our children.
Exactly.
We need to move forward with our children. That's the key right there. If we hold those morals and stand that ground, our children is a reflection of us. So if we're not watching this crap on TV and introducing this crap into our home and lives, then you know what? They're not exposed to it. you know. And don't be afraid to be hard on your children. Just because everybody else has a tablet and everybody else has a phone, don't mean they have to have a phone and a tablet too. You know,
Listen, you
Yes,
said a
sir.
word.
remember.
You said a word because and believe it or not, the people who create those tablets, the people who create all these devices, they don't let their kids use
Nope.
this shit as young people. They don't allow it in their house, but they created it, but they
That's
don't
right.
allow it in their house. So you just preached a word right there. I appreciate you, Don P.
I appreciate you, man.
And that's a
Kevin, what's
fact,
going
you
on?
know.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Don. I'm sorry.
Now, go ahead, Kay. You know, welcome to the panel. Well, let me introduce myself to everybody on here. I'm Don P. You know, I've been rocking with D Truth. I came off of Eva's panel. I want to introduce myself. What's your name? The young lady on the panel?
Oh, it's just E, but you can call me E.
All right, Eve. And the gentleman on the right, Todd?
Kevin.
Silverback King. I remember came a couple of days ago, last week, I believe. I remember you coming on the panel.
A couple of weeks, correct.
Right.
And I said a lot of things, man. I was all over the place. But if y'all want to elaborate and touch on certain points that I spoke on, you know, because I was going through so much so fast and keep going and going, and you
Oh
know,
man, I
because
mean you basically covered what we were talking about, man. You just went more in depth, and that's great.
Absolutely.
all right,
You spoke truth to power, and I appreciate that because a lot of people just, they make statements, but you spoke truth to power. You actually said, you spoke to your son. You realized your son knew that you was with this female because he was like, what about her? Right? And you're like,
correct,
she ain't the one. And you
correct,
rectified that situation because you realized that your son recognized, you know, something ain't right. So I appreciate that because you didn't just say, you actually walked your talk. You got rid of that,
yes,
that person,
yes,
and you
and
went in that right direction.
And you
I'm
notice what
sorry.
he's. Go ahead, Don. I'm sorry.
And to acknowledge what you said, sir, even if you guys want to elaborate, and as I was speaking, and on the, that we are indigenous to this land, and this is our land here in
And
America. You know, if you
Turtle
guys want to
Island.
elaborate and get a little deep on that, I'm ready now. If anybody can go on here and share the screen, because I said this and that, but I ain't showing proof. So, like I said, we need to teach our children also that we're not foreign to this land. We're Americans. We've
Man,
been here since the beginning of time. We're indigenous to this land. This
that
is
part.
our land. So we need to
Right.
acknowledge that, and also have to reiterate that we're not everybody, all the dark skinned folk didn't come from Africa. You know
There
what I
you
mean? We need to know our history and show our children who we are. You know what I mean? So we don't think that we are foreigners in this land, because
go.
I'm what you would call a Puerto Rican. And going back to my history and searching myself and my peoples, we had to come to the conclusion and the facts that the copper color skin of Americans, we've been here since day one, since the creation. So I don't want people to feel less and Americans to feel less, like this ain't our land, man. Nah, we need to teach our children that we've been here since the creation, and not everybody came from Africa. Because remember, we're indigenous Americans. We never lost we lost our land because we lost our mind. So when
Mm,
we gain our minds back, we could gain our land back. This is why they're talking about, California and certain states, they're talking about reparations. So
mhm.
they're acknowledging the wrong that they've done to us. And I want to let the people know, don't take this money, man. We need to fight for the land, because don't take this money. This money ain't worth nothing. Our land is worth a lot more than that money, and we also need to take it back to that and teach our children who we are. I'm gonna fall back. What's going on, Kay? What you got to say, man?
That was some powerful words you said. But it's gonna be up to the people to do what you said. But it's up to the people. You can't force people to do nothing if they don't want to do it. It's up to them. It's like I said last night. It's a choice at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's just E.
Mm-hmm.
Silverback King. Great. Yeah, y'all doing great up here. Don P. Yeah. Hey, you already know what this channel all about. You already know what it's all about.
Don P up here speaking some truth, but
Hey
Oh
man,
that
yeah.
topic is for another day because I'm actually going down that rabbit hole myself, Don P, with regards to the we are from here. So I'm resonating with what you just said with regards
right.
to that.
And you notice what Don P, we had already discussed it, but he went ahead and said, he just reiterated. He just said that it starts at the house. You know what I mean? We're
Mhm.
not going to be able to change the whole world, but it
No.
just starts at the house first. When it starts at the house first, then you build from the inside out. You know, so
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I
Uh,
appreciate your perspective, brother, as always.
yeah, and I'm read what Mr. Fairplay just said. He said the biggest problem is as head of household who pay all the bill, we tend to take on a dictatorship mentality with our significant others and kids. That's not the way because you shall breed contempt. And that's what most people do. And most people in the household, if the woman is the breadwinner, she want to wear the pants in the family, and the guy is what? Nothing.
Exactly.
But
All right.
but
With
on to
that
that
said,
point, but to that point is if he ain't showing her how to lead and he's not doing that to show her he can lead. See, sometimes what people feel about being a leader is you got to be able to take the criticism, the compliments, and you got to be able to take the setbacks sometimes.
Yeah, that's a fact.
yeah, and to be honest, the way I feel, the women are the backbone and the structure of the family, and we need to acknowledge that who holds the family down is grandma, is auntie, is mama. Why? Because most of the men are missing, and it sucks that a lot of men are missing out of the household. But we also need to acknowledge our women and give them their props for what they do. We came from here in America. We came from a matriarchal society. The women ran the show, not a patriarchal society like the Europeans taught us. Look at that Iroquois Indians and all the 5 nations. Our women always held power here because why? This is the backbone and the structure of our family, and we can't deny that. You know what I mean? We need to give our women their props and acknowledge them. You know, even if I don't care if all y'all agree with me, but since history and here in the Americas, the women ran the show. Yeah, the man was the providers, and we kept structure, but the women was the real backbone of this operation, and they still are. That's why it's important to keep our women in focus because they're the mothers of our children, they're the mothers of our daughters. So if a woman is out here being sleazy and leading by example of being sleazy, then our daughters are gonna be sleazy too. So remember to you women out there, this is a structure. We need to, you know, have our children follow us because if we're doing dirty, they're gonna be doing dirty, you know. And so if you living a right life and doing clean, that they gonna try to live the right life and doing clean, you know. And not to bring down men, but I'm just saying, acknowledge our women, man. Acknowledge our grandmas, our mothers, our aunties that hold the family down, you know.
No, I appreciate that. I
Absolutely.
appreciate what you just said. Definitely.
Because look what's going on in the streets. Our fathers are missing, you know. So it's women raising our communities in urban environments, and that's part of a problem because some of these men are being raised by women, so they take on womanly traits, you know. Um, but it's hard, man. It's hard out here, man. Like I said, it's hard. But we all, like I said, I just wanted to give props to the women, man, for holding the family down and keeping it together. Because if it wasn't for y'all, man, this will fall apart. This will fall apart.
I appreciate you, Don P. for saying
Absolutely.
that.
Absolutely. B-Rob, what's going on, little bro?
This channel, we go down rabbit holes. This channel, we go down rabbit holes. Know that, right?
Mhm.
This a rabbit hole that people don't want to go down and want to talk about. See,
Right.
it's the family
Yep.
structures. Uh, y'all know, I always says it starts at the house. I always say that who are our children's first teachers?
The parents,
Us.
man.
Parents.
The parents.
And they ain't doing too much. Some of these parents are not doing too much teaching, are they?
Nope.
They are not doing too much showing.
Nope.
Not at
Because
all.
It's hard work.
think about it, some of these parents, women and men. I'm calling both out. Women and men. They are young parents, being their kid friend, and guess what? Their parents was what? Their friend.
All right.
Yep.
I'm
Mhm.
sorry, me too. Let me interject right there. And let me say something to our women, because our women teach our daughters. And when we got these women out here that saying, all men ain't shit and men don't want, they just want one thing in the world. Remember, don't talk to our daughters like that. Yet, men it's a necessity. Men want, you already know what men want, and teach our daughters because I notice these women out here is talking down upon men, or men ain't shit, or they want is just one thing. So our daughters listen to this. So they have this perception of men ain't shit, and this is what they want. We need to change that too. We need to to change the way we talk around our children, especially you ladies out there, because these young girls listen to y'all. It ain't there. If you choose to mess with the wrong men, it ain't their fault. So you shouldn't teach your daughters men ain't nothing, and men, all want the same thing. And men, yes, all men need the same thing, but all men don't have the same intent. Some men just want to hit it and quit it, and some men actually want to take care of you. So we also gotta watch the way we speak around our children, because if we say women ain't shit or men ain't shit, they listen to this. They listen to this. Don't
Yeah,
don't fall, because we made mistakes. Don't let that carry down to them. You know.
yeah, you're right about that, Doug. And another thing is, on the flip side of that, men, don't tell your son that all women is just after one thing, the money.
Right.
See, that what the miscommunication comes. Women telling their daughters men ain't shit, and men telling their son all that woman is after is your money.
Yep. Because not every
Yep.
woman is like
Not
that.
every
Every man is
woman.
not like that. That's
Yep.
right. Absolutely.
Let
I,
B Rob get in here. Let B Rob get in here for a minute. Yeah.
hey, B Rob.
Salute to you, my big brother D Truth and big bro Silverback. Sister E, how y'all doing? And Don P, man, bro, listen to you talk, man. Wise words, man. We need a lot of people like you, man, to lead, man. Like I was telling Silverback and Eve in the chat, we need leaders, man. We can become those leaders, but it starts off from yourself. You got to wake up every day and look yourself in the mirror and wonder who you're gonna be, how you're gonna, get your job done and everything. If you want to become a leader, you gotta learn how to lead yourself to the right direction, and then turn around and ask yourself how you're gonna lead, and tell them how they should go and follow the path to be as a leader. Me, like I told, like me and Silverback are like the same people. We the same. We both lone wolves, but we can lead. And that's why I keep saying assemble male. We independent men and we can take care of our own path. We follow our own path and we take care of our own business. But at the same time, we can be leaders if we want to decide to become leaders.
Mhm.
So I don't like just say, look at me, I want to lead. I just go out there and give people advice and tell them what they need to do to make this world a better place, your community a better place, a home is a better place. Like I said yesterday, you can have two parent households and you still can be a jackass. The kids can still be a jackass. Like I said before, I was raised by a mother and a grandmother, and I turned out to be a straight, strong, healthy young man. It's about discipline. It's about respecting grown folks. It's about respecting yourself. And how I carry myself, I have people gravitate to me, and I'm not even trying. I was just speaking facts, how I was taught by my grandmother. Rest in peace to her. So
Amen.
I just I just like to, shoot. I never, I'm not, I
And
just like chose to be a leader, man. But I just give people advice and facts, and I keep it moving.
I
They
agree.
hear my advice, or they don't hear my advice.
That's
But
how
I
I
just use
do.
it the right way to keep going forward. Just give them some advice.
Yep, that's how I
Kids,
do. They'll
kids
take
these
it.
days need leaders like us. Need people like us to tell them what they need to do. Tell them the path that they need to follow. They need role models, real role models, not that crap on social media, on TV. We need to take it back to the 1980s, the 1990s, and maybe the 70s.
Be
Like I said,
right,
I'm
them
still
And
days
here.
long and gone, man.
Come again,
I agree with you.
I say them days
And
long and gone.
but they need that.
he's right. And it's a difficult world nowadays. Dealing with our children and what they're exposed to. Like, a lot of people, they can't go without their phone. You take their phone, they be depressed and stressed. You know,
Yep.
but it's up to us. Like, my son, the teacher took his phone in school on a Thursday. And he's like, Dad, I need my phone, this and that. I'm like, well, you shouldn't have had it taken. And here comes Friday, and he's like, Dad, I need my phone. You know what? I've been raising him since he was young. I need my phone, Daddy. I need to speak to mommy and this and that. I'm thinking to myself, like, motherfucker, you ain't been talking to mommy. So I was like, you know what? Let that phone stay there. So I was testing him because some of our children, when they lack these things, they're connected and emotionally connected with. They go through stress and emotions. So I was like, let me see what my son does without his phone. Friday he was bitching and moaning, Daddy, I need my phone, I need my phone, my phone, my phone, my phone. But I ain't break. I said, you know what? You got in trouble, so you're gonna be responsible for that. After the night came, he wasn't, oh, Daddy, my phone, my phone, my phone. He found other ways to entertain himself. And you have to monitor your children if you do this because, like I said, in present day, they're so addicted to this, they might go through stress and depression. So if your children, if you have to take the device away from them, take it away from them, but just monitor them too, because this shit leads to psychological stress. And I say that to say this, don't always give your children what they want, man, because we don't have to follow the ways of the world. Remember, we are not of this world, we're ourselves. And if we have to punish our children and watch them suffer, well, you know what? Watch them suffer as long as we're there for them and talk them through this, because a lot of people, like I said, it's comfort in just not being bothered by our children and our children not asking questions and Dad, what's this? And mommy, what's this? And what's that? So a lot of people would rather give them the phone and the tablet, to keep them at bay and not harassing you. Remember, we didn't have these devices. Remember when we didn't have a phone, we didn't have internet. When we played outside and in the dirt and ate dirt and played with the dirt. Remember this. These are privileges we give to these kids. These are privileges, and make them acknowledge that these are privileges. Let them know when we grew up, we ain't had no phone. This is what we had to do, and don't be afraid to be tough on them because a lot of us are pussy, and give in to our children. So remember, don't forget to be tough on them and be fucking tough on them so they will know and acknowledge that we ain't different. Because when my son come home on this bullshit, I'll be like, look, bro, I ain't like your friends out there. I ain't like your, I care about you. I ain't your friend's mother. I ain't your friend's father. I care about you. And that's why I'm so hard on you, and little by little he learned to acknowledge this and he learned his faults. So we need to be tough on our children and stop being pussies and forget what this mainstream is. Remember, who we are and where we came from, man. We ain't grow up with all this shit. We ain't grow up with all this shit. So it's okay if they don't grow up with all this shit. And I hope y'all understand what I'm trying to say when I speak these words. We need to
Absolutely.
be tough on our children. We need to stop being
Absolutely.
pussies and complacent and giving in to them because of our emotions and feelings. Nah, just because the world is doing this, don't mean they have to do this. And we need to be tough and hold our feelings back too, because we're raising pussies out here. Everybody gets a participation trophy nowadays. The whole team gets a participation trophy, and that's fucking wrong because that takes away from our superstars and our MVPs and those who are better than the rest of them. You know what I mean? So those who excel and succeed are feeling less because you know why? Everybody gets a precipitation trophy. Even if you're the fucking worst, you get a trophy just for participating. We need to get off this, man. We need to go back to our own standards and be rough and tough on our children. Forget what the world says. When I lost custody to my son to his mother. Well, I didn't lose custody to him. I let my son go with his mother because you should never take a child away from this mother. But when she was fucking up, I brought him back down to me. And when it was time for him to go to bed, he was like, "No, I'm not ready to go to bed." And we don't have to take this shit. I told him, "Oh, you ain't ready to go to bed? All right, hold on a second, my man." And I took the belt to his ass. You understand? And I ain't had to deal with that shit no more. So forget what modern society had to say. We need to set a structure and a discipline. And you know what I mean? And even if your child calls you, "Oh, if you hit me, I'm gonna call child support and this and that." Remember, tell them niggas, "Yeah, all right, nigga, you call child support, you're gonna be in there forever. I'm coming home tomorrow." You know what I mean? So don't let them dictate our future, and don't let the protection and government society let them win. You know what I mean? And even I'm rough. I'm rough. I stand on my moral standard. And even if you family or not or friends, I'm gonna stand on my moral standard. And I don't care what you think about me because I'm gonna stand on my moral square. Whether you're family or friends, sooner or later they will acknowledge that you're standing on your moral square. So don't be afraid to discipline these kids because sometimes a smack in the ass will take them a long way. You know what I mean? It will take them a long way just like we learn. We learn us elders on the panel a smack in the ass, put his motherfucking straight. And you know what I mean? And don't let these children threaten you. We like, "Oh, you hear me? I'm gonna call the cops." Let them niggas know. Yo, you call the cops, you're gonna be in there for weeks. I'm coming home tomorrow. You know what I mean? So don't be afraid to stand up to these children because the system wants to protect them and pussy them like they do now. And I'm gonna fall back and I'm gonna let y'all talk on that.
Absolutely.
You said a
Don
lot.
P.
You
Don
said
P.
a lot, Darn P. I'm gonna
Don
give
P.
3 verses. Can I get 3 verses before you start, B Rob?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Based on what you just said, uh, 3 verses that I'm gonna give. We're in this world, but we're not of this world.
Yep.
So we don't lead how the world leads. And second one is train a child up as he should go. And when he's older, he will not depart from it. Right?
Right.
Also, what I heard in what you were saying. And the other one, oh my gosh, it just left my head. But you were speaking actually Revelation. You were speaking Bible. So I mean, no matter how it came out, you were speaking Bible. So I appreciate what you just said. Silverback or B Rob, please interject.
Let me read Mr. Fairplay's what he just wrote. As a man, it's my job to make sure all the bills are paid, food in the fridge, mortgage or rent paid, kids provided for, and safe, etc. But for some women, that's not enough. And
Hmm.
he says happiness in a household is indeed a team effort. Uh,
Absolutely.
we don't want y'all to stay with us because we pay for everything. Just respect what we do, and if we fall short of expectations, let us know if it's in within reason. Man, that's real stuff right there, man. Once as a man, you get over being praised for simple man protocol, then you can free yourself to fulfill the needs of your wife and kids. Paying bills is the standard. Making the house happy is golden.
Absolutely.
Dude, they're speaking facts, man.
Yes.
Says modern men want praise for simple things that don't work no more.
That
All
part.
right. And to
Yes.
speak upon that, modern men, even though we do what we do, just like my man said in those messages you said, sometimes our love for these women will set us back from what we gotta do. You know what I mean? Because we need to get away from this IG, and we need to get our women away from this Snapchat, because this shit fucks with their minds. They think this is the body, and all these BBLs and all these breast implants is the shit now. And some men, if your women are lost, man, take care of your children and let them be lost, man. Just make sure you're there for your children. When I was going through the custody battle in New York for my son, man, you know, I slept in my car at 20 degrees weather. You know why? Because I didn't want to give up on my son, and it was so easy and simple for me to just come back home to North Carolina and be back to my home in comfort and ease. But no, I knew my son needed me, so I went through the struggle, and I had to do what I had to do. Even I had to, sleep in the car in 20-degree weather. Don't give up on our children, man. Because that you have to show them that we are in it for them in the pursuit, and we are hustlers for them. We hustle for them. And if your wife ain't doing the right thing, don't be afraid and step up and speak against her. Because a lot of us are cowards, and we will bow down to the woman just because she got that good thing. You know what I mean? We need to step up and control our emotions and become men and control ourselves. You know what I mean? And that's why I big up Islam, because it teaches them control and structure. You know what I mean? Even though I'm not religious, but I understand. So us as men, we need to understand that, and show and prove that, because a lot of us are weak for that thing. You know what I'm saying? And we'll do whatever for that thing. But nah, we need to get over that and show our children that thing ain't what protect um comes over us. You know what I mean? So when you become a real man and righteous and stand on your ground, that thing ain't, it ain't a motherfucking thing to us, because we know we need a not a higher understanding. We have a higher understanding and a higher mission than just that thing. Even though that's what brought our children into life. But remember, man, don't fall for that thing, man. That thing they put on you, that's the most weakest thing to a man, man. I'm gonna fall back with that.
Let me read Mr. Fairplay again, and I'll let you go, be Rob. Um, if you're a man that's mad because you have to provide for your household, even when you feel unappreciated, you really need to do some self-evaluation.
Mhm.
Done, P.
Correct, and that goes to what I said. If the woman acknowledges you and praises you as the man that you are, so that's a wonderful thing. So now, if you're doing what you gotta do and you're holding the family down and holding the structure down, and she's controlled by what she sees on IG and other things, man. So then, you need to step up as a man too. I made sacrifices to take care of my children, even though it's hard to go against the system, but you need to make them sacrifices too, you know. And things are changing now. Things are changing now. Like in Tennessee, right now, women, can't just file for divorce just because they want to file for divorce. They need to hold them accountable too, you know. And like I said, things are changing, man. And don't, like I said, and I'm not gonna change from what I sway. You know, the women is the background and the structure of our family. That's our backbone. But if the woman ain't doing right, you need to get away from her and find the woman that's doing right because that's our weakness. You know what I mean? Nowadays in present day, no disrespect to women, but a lot of them get lost to the mainstream hype and the mainstream media. And um, even if they fall for that, we can't fall for it, son. We need to stand on our ground and take care of our children, man. Because a lot of people think this shit is a hassle. No, it's not a hassle, man. This shit ain't a hassle. Take control and take your children, man. Because you can do this. You can take control of your children and move forward. Just like me. You know, I'm a single father, man. And like I said, I was in New York sleeping in my car fighting for my son, even though I could have just came home to North Carolina and had a warm home and a nice house. But now I had to make them sacrifices. Why? Because it ain't fucking easy out here. You know, our women, a lot of our women are lost, and they're psychologically lost. So we need to wake them up. Try to wake them up. If they don't awake, separate. You know what I mean? Let them be, man. Let them be. Separate and handle yours. I know it's a burden, man. It ain't easy taking care of these children, but they do it, so we can do it too as men. And you know what I mean? And teach our children to be, stand on their values and their structure as men. It ain't easy, man. And like I tell y'all, I've been through this shit, man. But don't give up, man, because our children are a reflection of us. Believe that they're a reflection of us. So if you stand on your moral ground and understanding, they will stand on their moral ground and understanding. And if you just give up and give them up so easily, man, they're gonna look at y'all like chumps, like y'all just gave up. You know what I mean? So please, our gentlemen out there, if their mamas ain't doing right, please fight for your children and do the right thing, man. It ain't fucking easy. It ain't easy, but it can be done. And to our women out there, man, I would never take a child away from the woman, man. But y'all need to also lead by example too. You know, that's what it is.
Amen.
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 Be
Hey,
right.
Don P. Let me ask you a question, my brother. How many kids you got? Just your son?
I have one son. He's 15.
Let me ask you something, bro. Your son is very lucky to have a father like you, bro. That boy been able to be God out there and give you a hug, man. Cause what the heck you speak about, bro, is very respectful, man. Because we need fathers like you. We definitely need fathers like you that will fight tooth and nail for his kid. Would do
Yeah,
anything
thank you very much. And
to
I'm not
provide.
self-proclaimed. Yeah, I'm not. Excuse me, right there. I'm not self-proclaimed because in my community we are close knit community, and people tell me like, your son is well mannered, and he holds himself respectful, and that's an image of me, you know, because it's an image of me because my community is small and we're tight, so that's why I praise myself on, not what I think of myself, but what my community thinks of me and what my community thinks of my son, you know. So we also have to acknowledge that, we need to our generations and what precedes us is a reflection of us. And that's why I pride myself. And I appreciate you, my man, for acknowledging me for that, But thanks, man. And I try to be, because I want we want to raise kings and queens and bring our society forward. So that's why I do what I do, you know, and I don't falter, man. And if I'm telling lies, may God strike me down right now. But that's what we need to do, man. Shit ain't easy out here, but we have to make sacrifices, you know. We have to make sacrifices to bring forth the next generation, because if I falter, he falters. If I'm doing wrong, he's doing wrong because he looks at me and looks at daddy as an example, just like he sees me help everybody. And he'd be like, damn, daddy, you can help everybody. And I tell him that's what we do, man. We need to help each other, you know? So he sees what I do and he's a reflection of what I do and who I am. So if you're out there doing dirty and hustling and doing other things, he's gonna see that and he's gonna be a reflection of you. So please do right, you know what I mean, and do the right thing so our children could see what we do and do the right thing as well. And look, I'm from Brooklyn, man. I came up from Brooklyn, from the gutter. My mother ain't had no education. She ain't had nothing to do. My daddy, we came here from Puerto Rico. He came here and got corrupted by the streets in East New York. He became a motherfucking dope fiend. And when he went to jail to do 10 years, my mother had to struggle. Why? Because she was a housewife. She had to go to a motherfucking factory to work. You know what I mean? And that's where I went wrong because my mother couldn't take care of me. So I was raised by the streets and influenced by hip hop and the mainstream telling us just like they tell y'all in present day. You see Snoop Dogg, bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. But yo, he's been with his high school sweetheart since the beginning. You know what I mean? Just like Beyonce says, "Oh, independent women, all my single women, independent women." And you know what? She's holding Jay's hand, married, why all the way to the bank, laughing at y'all while she's influencing the young ladies to be independent and beat them. You know what I mean? Y'all don't need a man, but you know what? At the end of the day, she's holding her man's hand on the way to the bank. You know what I mean? And that's some real shit right there.
Already.
Hey, Silverback, Eve, Kevin, man. I like this cat, bro. That man got a good head on his shoulder. We need cats like this man, bro. To help out the community who don't have no goddamn directions, man. Who will go out there and teach these young cats how to be men. And we need women like Eve together and any other good woman out there to teach these young women how to be women. We
Yes.
need all of this, man.
Yes. Yes.
Y'all like me listening to this man right here, man. I don't have no kids. I listen to Silverback talk about his daughter. I hear E talk about her kids, and it motivates me to be a father one day, so I can teach my kid how to be a man, or teach my daughter how to be a woman. Because man, they need a lot of
Let me
discipline.
let
Like,
me interject right there, man. It
go
ain't
ahead, my
nothing
brother.
wrong with pleasing your woman, man, and making your woman happy. Ain't nothing out here in these streets, man. Like I said, big up to our women because that's the structure and our backbone of our family. This is matriarchal. Some people might call you a simp because you bow down to your woman and do the right thing if she's doing the right thing. Forget what the mainstream says. You know what I mean? Take care of your woman, and your woman to take care of you. A woman is also a reflection of you. If you provide for them and be loyal to them and be critical to them, they will um let me see, they will project that shit back towards you. You know what I mean? So listen to our women, man. They're not always out here trying to make us wrong. You know what I mean? Because some of our women keep us in line. And when we want to go out there and chill and hang out and do the wrong thing, they be like, come on, baby, stay home. It ain't nothing wrong with staying home, man, because when we go out there, what it is nowadays, man, influences, man, our our influences. Like I said, I'm gonna switch to this. Back in the days, our parents used to tell us, "Don't be influenced by other people." You know what's in the mainstream media? You know what's on IG, TikTok? Influencers. They influence you to do the wrong thing. Remember, they get paid to influence us. So don't let these people in the mainstream influence us. They get paid to do this. This is the devil's work. Remember, hold our moral ground. And like I said, we need to be respectful to our women and not be players to our women and listen to what our women say and understand and analyze what they say. I'm not saying they're gonna be 100% correct all the time, but I think 75% of the time they're looking out for our best interests. You know why? Because they love us and they want to keep our structure together. You know, please forgive me, men, if y'all think I'm being on a simp, but this is what we need to do, hold our women at a higher level, man, and not be like the rest of these dirt bags and not treat them right, because that's the family structure. If a woman respect you and you respect her, it's a beautiful thing, man. And ain't nothing could come between that, and that's what holds the rest of our children down. in our family structure. Remember, our children see. Some women hit us. Some men are abused by women, and our children see this, and it's not all right for us to be abused by women and let our sons see us get abused by women, because that's something we don't talk about. Men go through depression too. Men go through hard times, and they expect us to be tough and motherfucking stand up all the time, not knowing that we go through depression and emotions and stress too. So we need to work together. I remember women, men go through the same thing y'all do, man, through stress and depression and whatever we go through. That's why communication is key. We need to communicate with our partners and let them know what we think and what we'll feel. You don't think yourself less of a man for expressing your emotions, even though we are taught to be tough. Because we go through this shit too. And to my men out there, don't be afraid to break down and cry, man, and let down your emotions, man. That's what makes us human. When we feel emotional, cry, man. Let that shit out and let that anger out. Because if we hold that shit in, it makes us harsher, you know. And I don't care if y'all people say, or whoever listens say, "Oh, this dude's a pussy." Nah, we need to understand and acknowledge our women too, because sometimes they look out for the better of us, you know. And we already know we be out there fucking up sometimes. So, like I said, listen to what they say, acknowledge what they say, and analyze what everybody says. You know, they're not always going to be correct, but be analytical. That's why it's important for us to expand our minds and gain knowledge, man. Because through knowledge and expanding our minds, we gain understanding. We understand how this world works. I'm gonna pull back with that.
Amen to that, boy. Amen. Hey, big bro, what you think about this man preaching this sermon, man? What you think of him, man?
Meet up, B Rob. It's like this right here. We got a lot of attention people over here on my channel, on this panel, and in the chat. I'm gonna say what I'm saying. Y'all know that. Don P, you know me. I'm gonna say what I gotta say. Anyway, he's speaking. He says a whole lot of truth. I piss a whole lot of people off what we talk about over here. I know we give away a whole lot of secret for the women point of view and the men point of view, but they got to sit back and think. What are you teaching your children? Like I said before, you got these women, some women out here twerking in front of their kids, got them holding the camera. Just like the other people said, Beyonce singing all the single ladies. Singing all the single ladies. Come on. That's why you think some of them don't have a boyfriend.
Because they heard that song.
Yeah. And then you got some of these men out here rap about women ain't nothing but B's and H's.
They ain't mean the right women.
But it's like this. We know there's some good women out there. We know there's some great men out there. And on this panel, we so great men and great women on here. E, you've been married for almost over 18 years, right?
That's right.
It wasn't easy though.
Congratulations.
Look at it wasn't easy, was it?
Absolutely not.
It's always relationship will have ups and downs.
That's a fact.
If a relationship don't have no ups and downs, it's all peaches and cream, everybody be doing it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's like
thinking, bro.
Men think because you got money, that makes you a leader or boss.
No.
That don't make you a leader or boss.
No.
Who are you leading? Who are you leading?
You really lead nobody.
Women, because you got these fake hair, nails, boobs, and ads on you. And you got to put all this makeup on. Yeah, you might look good on the outside, but how you look on the inside? So, you know what they say about some women?
Yep.
She might look good on the outside, but what makes her ugly? Her attitude.
Yep.
Who want a woman with a nasty attitude? Every time you talk to her, she got something negative to say.
You ain't gonna want that period.
Hell no, not me.
Who want a man? Who want a man? Who want a guy always got a pants sagging?
I already told you what that's gonna lead to.
Do a real one want a man with a pants sagging all the time?
Not at all, brother. Not no real woman.
Yo, bro.
I'm gonna ask you this question. Your husband, if you met him and he had a pants sagging, would you want him?
Now, I'm gonna be honest now. We gonna speak truth to power, right?
Yeah,
When I met my husband, he was sagging. That was 20 years ago.
yeah.
But I saw
But
past the sagging.
did you? Let's see. I want to ask you this question. Did you think you would change it from having a pants sagging?
Did I think what?
Did you think you could change him?
I didn't think I could change him, but I thought that he was worth the opportunity. He had potential, and he
That's the problem. That's the problem. That's the word I was looking for. That's the word I was looking for. Some women
Potential.
think potential. Everybody got potential.
Yeah.
Everybody got potential. You know what I'm gonna tell you?
but
You the lucky one. You one of the luckiest ones that your man changed for you. You see what didn't change for himself. See what I'm saying? Then you got these women out here that got to go get these men that think, oh, he got potential. And no, the potential don't even pan out. Then she mad at all the men. No, the person you gotta be mad at your damn self.
Exactly.
And then all of a sudden you go, oh, then all of a sudden you hop in another relationship. It don't
It ain't
pan
gonna,
out.
it ain't
I'm
gonna
talking
make
about
no difference because they're gonna be
no,
the
no,
same
no,
way
no,
every time.
let me finish. Let me finish. Look, I'm talking about the men too. I'm talking about the men damn too. You don't hop in or off in another relationship because you got a big butt. That's why I asked that question. Do men trust a big butt and a smile? But you gotta be, hey, guess what? You gotta be careful trusting the big butt and a smile because you might be pausing.
Hey, some people gonna fall for it, man.
But the thing is, you men and women go from relationship, and wonder why they don't work out. One, you keep hopping in a relationship. Two, you're not taking self evaluation.
Yeah, that's true.
Self evaluation is very key, ain't it? See,
Yes.
you gotta know what wrong with yourself before you go hop in another relationship. You gotta know what's wrong with yourself when you try to raise a child. See, these
Yeah.
people that raise children these days, they don't know what's wrong with themselves.
Yep, that's
Mm.
true.
And that's why I say women need to evaluate who they deal with, because the dude with the, with the 4-door Challenger with the scat pack and with the dreads and 6'2" and got bread. Guess how many of these women are after this dude? About 85% of women, and going back to Kevin Samuels, you need to learn the statistics and what men make and do, because a lot of women now, they're influenced by influencers, like I said, influencers, and they want a man that's 6'2", make over $100,000, and is loyal. You know the percentage of men that make over 100K and that are loyal and, what I mean, handsome. Like about 17% of these women are fighting for the same guy. You know what I mean? So also, and not even to speak for men, but I speak to our women. We need to look at these expectations, because and I try to wake up women, because those that are asleep, that's what they want. And you have to understand, the average man makes about 40 to 45,000 K a year here where I live in North Carolina, and these women look at these dudes and these influencers that are looking at these celebrities and basketball players and football players, and they're making 500K a year. Remember, ladies, the average man makes between 43 to 50,000 a year, you know. So y'all need to learn to live within those means and not live within your perception of what the average person lives. You
Don
know,
P,
what's going on?
can I talk to you real quick?
Go ahead.
You said something really impactful. You said because they listening to these influencers. Why are they listening to the influencers? Because we ain't talking. We ain't talking to our kids no more. So who they gonna listen to? If we not talking to them, who they gonna listen to?
That's right.
All right. Remember, it's a hustle now. Influencers are a hustle. Remember, our parents used to be like, you know, don't be like them, be yourself. Don't be influenced. Now we got people who are paid to influence us. They're influencers, you know, they're paid to do that. They're paid to for us to do the wrong shit. So that's another thing we need to be aware of. These influencers, you know, they're just influencers. Look at Doja Cat. You know, she's influencing our women to do the wrong thing, the satanic shit, this devilish shit. You know, so that's what we need to look past our influences, and we need to teach our sons and daughters. These are influencers. You know, I am hip hop. I live, breathe, live, wake up, sleep. I rap in my sleep. I am hip hop, you know, and so I try to teach my son how to live that same culture. Like, yo, this present day shit, this ain't hip hop. Listen to Rakim. Listen to what Nas say. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
our our present day media influences influence our children. You know, so that's what we need to be aware of, and that's why I tell them, like, yo, don't be influenced by these people. These are influencers. They get paid to influence us. You know, hip hop ain't what it used to be. You know, even I was fooled by
Mm-hmm.
hip hop. It's, you know, money, hoes, clothes,
Yeah.
things too. I was deceived. You know what I mean? So that's
Mm-hmm.
why when my son is listening to this, I remind him, like, yo, you know, this is an act. You know, these people are performers. You know, Snoop Dogg says bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. But that nigga's been with his high school sweetheart. You know what I mean? Remember, Jay said this, and Beyonce said this, but remember, they're married. So it's up to us to let our children know, like, all right, it's okay if you listen to this music. It's okay. This is entertainment. This is a pastime. But remember, this shit ain't real, son. These people are actors and influencers because us and our older generations, because hip hop, the way it was brought forth under our pain and our influences, you know, this shit was from the heart, but now it turned into the industry, you know. So when I listen, when our children listen to these broads and these dudes, we have to remind them, like, yo, these are influencers. These people ain't real. And like I tell my son, I fell for the okie doke too, son. You know, bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. But
Yep.
Snoop Dogg with his high school sweetheart. Beyonce's screaming this. All my independent ladies, all my single ladies, and what these single ladies are doing, they're fucking failing and they're going through hard times because they feel they don't need a man. Now remember,
Preach, my brother. Preach, bro.
it's a family structure, man. And these women were influenced by this feminist movement. And you know what? It don't matter, ladies. It don't matter if you make 400 grand a year, and that's even like 5% of the population. You know, the average woman, even if you're in the highest field you are, if you make $250,000, remember, at the end of the day, you need that man and that real man, that man that ain't fake. You know what I mean? Because this independent ladies, all this independent movement, you know, led y'all to being single. And another thing is playing with these motherfucking toys. Ladies, these toys is leading y'all to the hellfire. Because remember, you buy this toy on Amazon and you buy this rose and shit, ain't no man gonna be able to please you like that toy. So once you start playing with that toy, you're canceling every single man out your motherfucking life because ain't no man gonna be able to please you like that toy, and that's what they leading to y'all to. You know what I mean? You don't need a man. Get this motherfucking toy, and you know what I mean? And guess what? After that toy, ain't no man gonna be able to satisfy you. So you ain't gonna be able to feel that family structure and feel that bond because you feel you don't need a man. And that's part of our problem is our psychological manipulation, man. Psychological manipulation. Remember, ladies, a family structure is man, woman, and child. It ain't, woman and child and man and child. And remember, don't be fooled by these influences because these shit is just held to influence y'all. And my strong ladies out there, man, please stay away from these motherfucking toys because once you get comfortable with this toy for a year and 2 years, ain't no man gonna be able to replicate that. So you ain't never gonna be able to have a man to satisfy you and fulfill your needs. You know what I mean? Stop listening to this Main Street motherfucking hype, man, and leave that shit alone, man. Remember, the family structure is man, woman, and child, and not no plastic, not no AI, and not no bullshit, man. Ain't nothing like the real motherfucking authentic thing, man. So please, and you men out there too, you know what I mean? I'ma speak to you men too, nigga, because pussy it's at a horse I know, nigga. They selling pussy for $25, nigga. You know what I mean? This shit just a piece of ass, nigga. This shit ain't leading you to nowhere. Remember the structure, my nigga. You know what I mean? It's man, woman, and child. Don't just go out here and satisfy yourself, man. Because at the end of the day, you go home empty and fulfilled with nobody to love you, nigga. With nobody around you to love you, and you don't feel that love. You just feel that lust. You know what I mean? So you go out here and you bang these women every night, different woman, different woman. That ain't what it's supposed to be, son. It's supposed to be a family structure. You know what I mean? So when you come home, you feel love and you feel something like these are my children, this is my wife. You know what I mean? So please, gentlemen, don't be influenced by this bullshit hype and mainstream, man. What it is, and it is in this real world is a family structure, man. Don't be influenced. Look at Will Smith and Jada, nigga. This shit was never true, nigga. Don't let these superstars tell you what it is, man. This shit is all a fucking facade, man. And just remember, stick to the principles of the Bible, the Ten Commandments, live by that law, whether you Muslim or whatever you are. As long as it teaches positivity, that's what you need to stick to, man, and the structure. So don't knock a motherfucker because he's Muslim and sticking to his structure, or he's Christian, sticking to his structure, or he's, Jew, sticking to his structure. Don't knock a man for that shit. You know what I mean? They're doing what they gotta do, man. I remember, man, that ass shaking and all this shit, man. This shit only lasts but for a night, man. What brings us forward is family, structure, respect our women, love our women. Women, love your man, respect your man. This is what brings forth family structure. And this is what brought forth civilization. You know what I mean? And that's what's wrong with our society, man. You
Yes,
know.
sir.
Deep,
Yes, sir.
deep truth.
Let me read this right quick, Mr. Fairplay. To be honest, the most faithful women I've encountered were the ones who chased the man they wanted versus the man who chased her. And then he says, nobody wants to lose or be wrong. So if chosen, then there is a better chance of staying together, my opinion, of course. And he says, a
Mm.
woman who chooses you will do everything to stay versus a random sliding in their DM
That's
because
a
nobody
fact.
wants to be wrong.
I can speak to that. I can say that's facts.
Yeah.
I can definitely say that's facts.
And a real woman would acknowledge that. And even if she was promiscuous or whatever, you know what I mean? You men gotta understand that even no matter her past, when she comes to that conclusion and understand that this is what she needs, don't scrutinize her for her past, bro. A lot of us are lost, once a
Everything
woman
you were saying,
acknowledges that,
right. Everything you were saying, brother, I can relate to because I'm a single dad myself. My child, my daughter is also 15 years old. And it's like what you were saying about you're filling in the gap. You're being a leader, not because you want to hold that title, but because there's a need. You know what I mean? And so leaders don't just follow just because for this, just to have the title of being a leader. That when there's a need, that's when you just step in without anybody asking you, or anybody trying to make you, or anybody trying to influence you to do what's right. A leader's just going to do what's right because regardless, it's in them. So
right.
But anyways, D Truth, you gonna play that commercial break record?
Check me out. Check me out. Oh, wolf pack. Wolf pack. Check me out. This is just a sample. I'm not finished. I kind of messed it up a little bit, but you see where I'm going with it. Don't forget to hit that like button, y'all.
Shout out to Commission Art Team. Shout out to my sister. Together.
Shout out to her.
Go ahead, Miss E.
No. You go ahead.
No, but to what Mr. Fairplay says, being chosen by a woman comes with great expectation and responsibility. Yes, I'm with that. What you got to say about everything, Kevin?
I mean, he nailed everything right on point with it. So I mean, at the end of the day, you got to be your own man. You got to be your own woman at the end of the day. Like I said before, I'm gonna say it again. It comes down to choices. Who you want to be with, you choose. Who you don't want to be with, you choose. And I'm gonna ask you that question. What I left in the comment earlier, I'm gonna ask that question. What I said was, some women want to be loved, some women want to be comfort, and some women don't want to be loved and comfort. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Right.
And
ahead,
a lot of us will overlook that is because the thing is good. You know what I mean? So us as men overlook that, you know what I mean, and get control of ourselves because some of us are crazy for some good poo tang, you know what I mean? We'll go bananas. We'll follow that, you know what I mean? But it's up to us to go beyond that and understand. You know what I mean? If your woman ain't acting right, man, you will get over it. If that woman you will get over it. We will go beyond that. You know what I mean? And it doesn't matter if, like, I've been going through the same thing. You know, if the woman can't come to a conclusion and understand, well, drop her and keep moving. You know, like I said, shit is real out here, and fucking pussy is real cheap, and is, you know what I mean? It's a real cheap commodity, my nigga. You know what I mean? So it's real. When y'all find that real woman, man, and that's what y'all should be looking for, that should y'all should acknowledge, you know what I mean? But don't be down and held by, disrespect to woman by a woman who is corrupt and possesses the Jezebel spirit. It's upon us to get beyond that and past that, because we give them the power by bowing down to them. By bowing down.
Right. Mr. Fairplay said again, problem is just because you think your significant other is your dream girl or guy, don't mean you're theirs, and it usually turns
Right.
into a nightmare. Absolutely, absolutely.
Can I speak to that?
Please do.
You need to date with discernment. Does anybody know what that means?
Discernment is basically you got to think before you do things. That's
Yeah,
basically
you got to think
discernment.
about it. You feel like I tell people all the time, like if you gonna date someone, take your time, talk, feel each other out first before you just hop into it.
Absolutely. I'll
Mhm.
give my own personal testimony. Um,
Go ahead.
when I was dating my now husband, um,
Mhm.
we talked on the phone before we even seen each other. Back then, there was no cell phone where you could send pictures. Email didn't even have where you could
Yeah,
attachments, pictures, right? It
yeah,
that wasn't there. We actually talked on the phone and emailed for 3 months before we even met, before I even put laid eyes on him. But the conversations that we had were good conversations to where even if we didn't get together or we never got married, I could at least say we had a friendship. I knew that person. And I don't think that people do that anymore.
no, they don't.
Not at all.
Everything is all you have to see the visual, what you look
Right.
like. I had no idea
Right.
what it looked like. I had no idea what this man looked like. What was going on, how I met him through a friend that knew
Right.
him from high school and they worked together. And I was going off what she perceived to be as he looked good. Now,
Right.
I don't know what she felt looked good because looking at her husband, he wasn't what he wasn't attractive to me.
Right.
So I had to, I'm going off what she felt. She's like, "Oh, he cool." I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm looking at your husband and he ain't cool to me." You know what I mean? So
Yeah, yeah,
straight conversation, straight voice for 3 months. So discernment, discernment, but in talking to him and communicating with him and getting to know him and him getting to know me at the least bit when we first met, I was like, at the least at the least, I know we could be friends.
hmm
At the least.
yeah. Because that's how I took it with the girl I'm with now. Because the first girl I was with, I just jumped into it. I didn't think about it.
Right.
So I learned from that, and I just fucked myself pretty much. I got better from it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and relationships are more than just sexual.
Yeah,
A
yeah,
bond
yeah,
and a relationship is more than just a sexual encounter, and we need
yeah,
to understand that too.
yeah,
When you love a person and when you get to know a person, you really dig a person. That's why even if a woman holds back for 6, 8 months. You know what I mean? Well,
yeah,
ladies, if this dude's willing to hold up 6 or 8 months, even a year, he's really into you because he digs who the way you are. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
remember, like I said, relationships ain't always about sexuality. Because you could busting up with everybody, but a person who
yeah,
you feel comfortable with and you can live with every day, because remember, at the end of the day, y'all gonna grow old together, and this sexual shit is gonna come to an end. So it's that emotional bond that you encounter and experience with this person. Is remember, it's more than just sex and physical. It's
yeah.
emotional. It's
Yeah, it's more
psychological.
mental,
And
basically. It's
so
more mental
men
than anything.
and women don't go in there with just how I would say fucking well, I lost the word. But anyways, y'all know what I'm trying to say. You know, get to know a person, and gentlemen, if this lady holding out, you know what I mean, 6 to 8 months, she's worth it. And on other things, and on the first date, some women might really be into you and dig you. You know what I mean? And they might sleep with you on the first date, but don't hold them accountable for that because they was just feeling you and digging you. You know what I mean? And don't, because you know, an emotional bond and emotional attachment is an emotional bond and attachment. So some people, this lady might sleep with you on the first date, but it ain't because she's a whore. It's just because she, you know, had an emotional connection. So we need to separate that too, because a lot of us men want to bang that shit on the first date, and then they'll bang and they'll be like, oh, she ain't nothing. But nah, my nigga, a real woman, you know what I mean? Y'all need to understand this. And y'all need to stop trying to bang a woman on the first date. Y'all need to start learning to know a woman before y'all start to try to bang them. You know what I mean? Because I used to be on that same shit. So, you know, a lust is a lust, but you know, an emotional bond is an emotional bond. So it depends what you want to do. You just want to fuck, or you want an emotional bond and respect this woman and build something with this woman. You know, and I'm gonna go back on that.
Let me get in here for a minute. Okay. Y'all already know what I'm finna do, don't you? Silverback, E, Kevin, B. Rob. Y'all don't know what I'm finna do. I'm finna play devil's advocate.
Oh yeah, man.
You know what I'm finna do?
Yeah.
One, I'm glad it worked out for you, E. I'm glad it worked out for you. But I don't care you talked on the phone for 3-6 months, right? Okay. A person, like I always say, this world is a stage.
Yeah.
A man, don't interrupt, Kevin. You get your 8 minutes stuff in after I get through. A man and a woman are acting. So many women show you who they are, show you who you want to see, or make you hear who you want them for you to hear. You see what I'm saying? Cause somebody mute up. Somebody doing too much movement. And you can talk on the phone to a woman can talk to a man on the phone for I don't know how long, right? And he can sound like, hey, he can have a good goddamn conversation. Get together. Now all of a sudden, he turned out to be a jackass. Just like a woman can.
I agree with that. But like I said,
he can turn out to be a jackass. Yeah, and then you gotta be careful who your friend hook you up with.
Yeah,
men and women gotta be careful who your friend. You gotta be careful who your friend hook you up with. Cause a guy might hook you up with a woman that he really digging. Then a girlfriend or your friend can hook you up with a man that she really digging. Then all of a sudden, your friend is living with the man that she hooked you up with. Then the guy is living with the woman that he hooked you up with. See, some stories turn out like it just eats, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how many stories you know end in failure?
There's a lot, but that's why I said discernment.
Yeah, but it's like this right here. It's not just a man want to sleep with a woman that first night. Sometimes a man don't want to sleep with the woman first night. It's the woman that wants to sleep with the man the first night.
Yeah, that's true too.
So, see, we can't put it all on a man.
No.
Because if a woman really value herself, she'll keep her leg closed.
Yeah.
And a man really values that woman or value himself, he keep a dick in his pants.
Right.
Because you could look, we've seen some people meet people in real life in certain situations, face to face. Both of them can be playing a role. He want one thing out of it. She want one thing out of it. And guess what? They both ain't in a relationship for the right reason.
Nope.
And that relationship blow up in their face. And next thing you know, they got 2 kids together. Then what's gonna happen? The kids is right in the middle of it.
Yep. They gonna put you in the middle of it.
Yeah. And guess what? I'm not the one gonna be put in the middle of it. And guess what I'm gonna tell them? Okay, I got a girl, a guy friend, of a woman that's a friend. I said, guess what? You made this bed. Now you got to lay in it.
Yeah.
You can't tell me all your business, but I'm trying to give you advice, but you don't want to listen. I try to do this for you. You still don't want to listen. But like I said, that also successful relationship, just like Don P said. These cell phones, all this stuff, this new age technology. When we grew up, we didn't have all of this. We had a telephone. We probably only had one phone in the house.
Yep. And you had to fight over that.
And when you got that one phone, you remember phone numbers.
Mm-hmm.
How many people remember phone numbers now these days?
Not that many.
Kevin, you got to call me back. I'll try to say something. But what I'm saying is, sometimes, like E, it turned out great for her. Some things you just can't fit. Some things don't fit everybody.
No.
But like I said, you gotta take your self-evaluation. Cause how many times we have seen a man or woman talking on the telephone for so long, FaceTiming, then all of a sudden they meet this person, they ain't who they thought it was. Get trapped into something, and they can't get their way out of it. Be the crazy man on. Yeah, he dressed nice, she dressed nice, but now all of a sudden she turned out to be a maniac. You can't go nowhere. A narcissist.
Yeah. And that's why the present online dating is crazy, because that's what a lot of people have led to. But it because I've been online dating for a minute too, and I've even met chicks that don't look like what they are because these filters and these angles, But it's up to us to keep it real and not be a bitch and falter for just trying to get the thing, you know what I mean? To keep it clean, just to not try to get the thing and put them in check. Because I've been through the same thing, and they online dating, it ain't what it is. That's why when I meet a person online on a dating site, the first thing I want to do is meet in person. You know what I mean? Right away to cut all the nonsense. You already know the person's vibe and the feeling if you already awoke. You know what I mean? But this I understand what you're saying, this going back and forth because this present day dating, this shit is crazy. People are definitely phony on these apps and these sites. So like I said, that's why it's up to us to, develop our brain and our understanding and our knowledge to know when there's somebody messing with us, just not because our emotions and the way we feel, but somebody just playing with us. Because in present day, a lot of women pray and, ponder upon our emotions, and our feelings. And us as caring men, we fall for the okie doke in some shit, so that's why, that, like I was going to say, education, intelligence, and comprehension is important than anything else. It ain't easy, to resist a woman, but it's up to us men, because if we resist and we oppose, then we can change shit, and we can start showing a difference. And it goes both ways, but yeah, And I say that to say this: it's up to us not to fall for our weakness and bow down to something that we feel is good. We need to bow down to something that is right and not just good, feels good.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna ask E this. I'm gonna ask Silverback this right here. I know this y'all show. I ain't trying to take over. But I'm gonna ask y'all this question. Since your friend hooked you up with your husband, right?
mm-hmm.
Would you hook your male friend or female friend up with a person that you think they'd be good with? Same question to you, Silverback.
I have. I have hooked up friends with people that I thought were cool, and some have worked out, some have not.
And sometimes when it don't work out, you already know sometimes when you do that. And you know I'm playing. I'm like sometimes when a friend do that and hook somebody else up, it don't works out. They come back to you, girl, why you hook me up with that song? Blah 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 blah. Oh man, why you hook me with that thing? No, she wasn't no good. She got to be the kids.
They can try that, but I let them know way ahead of time. You need to get to know that person. So
Yeah,
I feel what you're saying, but I put all the disclaimers out there. So
yeah,
after that, it's all on me.
yeah. And now you know how some friends are. Yeah, you know how I'm speaking to the guy. You know how we are. Oh, this girl look good. She got this. She got that.
Yeah,
Oh, she
yeah,
got it
yeah,
all together and
yeah.
all that. Hey, and E, you know how some females are. They make the guy seem like God sometimes.
Yeah.
And then to come and find out he got a goddamn criminal record.
Let me be honest with you. I had a hookup situation that ended up they walked down the aisle to get married. And when they walked down the aisle to get married, both me and the brother of the best man, the brother of the husband was like, "Why are we here?" Because it was like this ain't supposed to be happening. But at the same time, I couldn't step into that. What they decided to do was, clearly what they decided to do. But all of us was looking like y'all don't know each other. I can hook y'all up, but it's up to you to get to know that person. It's up to you to get to understand that person. And I didn't feel that they clearly did that completely.
Right. And I,
And how long were they talking? How long they were talking?
That's the whole thing. They did not talk they were like, a month. And then all of
Oh,
a sudden, in 6 months, they was trying to walk down the aisle. I'm like, what the hell is this?
you know what that sound like? Sound like that reality show 30 day the 30 day fiance reality show.
Something like that. Yeah. We was all like, why are we here? But
Hey, Silverback, your take on what I just said.
well, man, I've done same thing she just said. I've done that before, but it all goes back to what she was talking about. Uh, if I hooked them up, but I told my homeboy at the time or whatever, look, man, don't be pointing the fingers at me if it don't work out. So when it comes to things like that, it all goes back to what E just said. You got to have discernment. You got to make judgment calls based on what you feel is right and morally right and all that good stuff. But you got to have discernment in the whole situation.
absolutely, absolutely. And
Because I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
no. Silverback, keep going.
No, I mean you just have to have discernment in that because even during Don P was mentioning dating websites, you mentioned dating websites too. It all depends on your discernment, your judgment. Um, um, if you feel like you're gonna get catfished or whatnot, you chose to go down that rabbit hole. So you gotta use discernment when it comes to all that.
I mean, I had that happen to me. My homeboy hooked me up with a girl he was in high school with. I was single at the time. She went to North, I went to Salisbury.
Yeah, and speaking of what Don P talking about the data site, yeah, you gotta be careful because there's on these data site, you got the feds on these data site, and
Mm-hmm.
the young girls, young men on these data site that's underage.
Yep.
Then you
Cause they
got
allowed
the
about the age.
but hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Then you got the men on the data site. You got the women on the data site. The reason I said the men and women on the data site, the men talking to the women, talking to the men like they acting like they women. You got the women on the data site talking to the women like they men, like they men. And the women that are talking to them and chat with them, thinking they talking to a man. These men chat with the other men, thinking they women.
Yep, yep, yep. Catfishing all the
Yeah,
Yep.
way around.
that this thing is real.
Yeah. And then soon they meet up. Hold on. I want who are you? I ain't down with that.
Right. That's why I said it was easier for me because it was a friend of a friend. You see what I'm
Right.
saying? So she knew him from high school. They actually worked together. And then she was like, I got this friend. Is that going on dating sites and the catfishing, that's a whole nother element.
Right.
That's a
Uh,
whole nother layer.
You're right. And sometimes, like I said, sometimes you got to be careful with that. With somebody, or somebody say, I got a friend that I went to high school with, something like that, that they work with. Yeah, but that person you see at work probably ain't the same person you see that you spend time with outside of work.
Right.
Absolutely.
Right.
Cause they might be different outside of work that you don't even know about.
Right.
Yeah.
You talking about the friend, my friend?
Yeah, I'm talking about in general.
Oh,
Cause how many people actually hang out with people they work with?
I mean, it
I
might
wait.
be some,
I
but
wait.
not all of them.
How many times have you seen your people you went to school with?
no, it's not that often. That whole situation was rare for me. I mean, I actually, the friends that I have now
Hmm.
are the friends that I met working at that place. And we're still friends to this day. That was a rare situation. I
Yeah,
truly believe it was God breathed.
but you know what? I'm happy for you. Hey, I hope I'm glad that it turned out like it did than like these other situations that turned out bad.
I
And huh?
I know I believe it. I feel I don't want to say sorry, but I'm concerned for people who are still on the dating scene right now. It's so many different layers to this to the dating scene. It's I don't know if I had to go into the dating scene now, I don't know if I could do it. I that's just honest. I don't know if I could do it.
I had to laugh at that. The way you said it made it funny. Like
I'm
it,
just speaking truth.
I'm gonna go say it. Silverback and anybody else that sing up here, they understand that it's it is hard for men and women because you see these women with these kids, see these women going out doing this, doing that, and sometimes some women, for a man's point of view, sometimes when you try to talk to a woman, they won't talk to you. They stuck up,
Hmm.
and they see what you got on, and you know how that go materialistic. Some women, some women these days are materialistic,
And that's a straight fact.
and they would go to a man with a got the think he got a good car and all that stuff. Got a car, is dressed nice, and think he got a good job, but a man that walking around with what average man walking around just without all of that, that passed right by him.
Yep.
Then also good the man without and he got money and all that. All of a sudden he turned out to be a horrible person. It turned out to be controlling, manipulative. Then guess what? Then she come back and see that guy again that she passed over, but he knows she with the other guy, try to talk to him. She leave the other guy, try to talk to him, and he got a girl better than she is. And he tried to talk to her. The girl tried to talk to him. Like, no, you didn't want me the first time, so guess what? You're lost. Same thing with a guy. Is they lost? Not the person lost that that turned them down.
Yep. Like I said, it's all about choices, man.
I have a question. What do you guys feel about um, dating in your inner circles? Do you think it's a negative or is it a positive? Do you prefer to go to people that you don't know, never met, or do you find some solace in dating or communicating with people that you've met through your inner circles?
Inner circles would sound like the more ideal situation because you somewhat have things in common because of your inner circle. Then dating outside that or talking to someone outside that inner circle, it's different. That's the unknown. You know what I mean? You always have that question mark. You know what I mean? You might be afraid to jump out there because of the unknown. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to think of me personally. It's always been with me, the majority of the women that I have dated have been somewhat connected to my inner circle, whether it's church or family, work. A very small percentage of folks that I've talked to, whatever, gone on dates with, it's like that I didn't know, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So to answer your question, it would be, I guess it'd be more ideal to talk to someone that's kind of connected to your inner circle.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, B Rob.
B-Rob, I got a question for you.
Oh, you go to answer now. Want me to come in on what you just asked?
Yeah. Answer that question for me.
I ain't got a question for you. And inner circle,
Mm-hmm.
that is ideal, but it could cause a whole lot of problems.
Explain.
It might cause a whole lot of problems, right? Especially with family dynamics or work dynamics. See, you take somebody in your inner circle that whatever for some reason it don't go well. Who do you side with?
Right, exactly.
And then in the family dynamics, if it don't go well, your family don't like that person that you broke up with. Now they into it with them. So I had to be devil's advocate, but I got to. You see what I'm saying? I got to.
I appreciate that devil's advocate.
Cause we don't want people to think, oh, it all peaches and cream with it in the circle. No, there's a turmoil in there. And then in that inner circle, it'd be man and woman. That man and woman that you dated, and another man and woman in that inner circle might like that man and woman.
Just all kinds of mess,
Yeah.
because everybody connected in some way. If something didn't work out, then somebody's gonna point the finger. Might be some hard feelings. People gonna be involved because you're you know, because you know each other in some way, form, or capacity. So I see where you're going. I see what you mean by that.
Yeah, and then although y'all work together, hang out together, whatever, but you don't know what that person actually does when you're not he or she are around you.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
That's just like meeting a stranger.
Yeah.
That's just like meeting a stranger. Then all of a sudden, this I'm taking from a woman point of view. A woman come tells you, the woman come tell you, E, oh, I saw so and so doing this right here. You gonna believe her or you not gonna believe her?
If they call who?
Say the person in your inner circle that you talk to, you like,
Mm-hmm.
and y'all were bonded together. But she comes tell you this person she saw with somebody else or doing something else that go against your standards. Would you believe that person that in your inner circle, or you won't believe them?
If they in my inner circle, I'm gonna believe them. I don't just let anybody in my inner circle.
Right.
But don't forget the person that you are dating is in your inner circle too.
Mm-hmm.
So who you gonna believe? The one you dating or the one that told you about the person that you were dating that who they saw doing something else? Who you gonna believe?
I'm still gonna believe the person that that friend because I'm very critical of the people that I let into my inner circle.
But you fail to realize the person that you were dating is in your inner circle and was your friend at some point for y'all start dating.
True.
So
Well,
who you
then,
gonna believe? So who you gonna believe? You see what I'm getting? You see what I'm getting at?
No, I see what you're getting at. I understand what you're getting at. I gotta
So
go, my own personal, my own
yeah,
personal perspective.
cause what if the person you dating that was your friend before y'all start dating and start seeing each other say, oh, she lied and all that stuff. So who you gonna believe?
I feel you. I feel you.
See, you can't believe one you can't believe one and take the other one lying. You can't believe the other one to take the other one lying. You caught in the middle. You see what I'm saying? Cause just say if you believe him and turn out the friend that told you was telling the truth. Just just think if just think if you didn't believe the one you were dating and she was lying.
I feel you.
So that go for everybody on the panel. They go for everybody on the panel because we gotta. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you about me. In that situation, I'm like, okay, this is what we want to do right here. I believe you. I believe you. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna evaluate.
That's what I'm gonna do.
And any misconception, and either one or both, because it could turn out that person telling the truth, and the one you're dating is telling the truth. Two things can be true at the same time, but
Yeah.
two lies can be told at the same time too.
Yeah.
Cause I be thinking, is he telling me cause he want her, or is she telling me he is lying because he telling the truth? Then when I find out the truth, oh, it's gonna be hell.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hell.
I feel you.
See, I'm like D3. I'm gonna watch everything.
Yeah, but
And when
it,
somebody tell me who said it, whatever, I'm like, okay, I'm done. Ain't no more to say. I'm just gonna say what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna have to wait.
all right,
Okay,
all right,
Tim.
Mr. Fair Play, take it easy. Hey, but the truth is the truth, and is we don't want people to go back and look at their lives like, oh, they make a relationship and inner circle and all that stuff feel, see it all rosy and cozy.
Yeah.
Cause relationship is hard.
Yeah, it is.
Family relationship is hard. You gotta do work.
Mm-hmm.
Cause I know you and your husband, your kids, boy. I know y'all work hard. Y'all work hard.
It's not as hard anymore. It's
Not
more. It's a machine now. But
yeah.
yeah, in the first few years, I really worked hard. Absolutely.
Cause I look like this. Nobody these days want to work at anything. They want everything easy. They want things instant. They want things to work out fine the first few months, first few
But it don't
years.
work.
That's the problem.
But it
That's
don't
the
work though.
core problem right there. That no one wants to do work. Everybody wants perfection. Everybody wants, things to be uh, easy. Nobody wants to put in work anymore. I mean, even when I listen to and I look at TikToks and I look at, certain stuff on here on YouTube, when I hear people speaking, people who it mind boggles me that people can be in a relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, so to speak, for 10 years, 15 years. And then as soon as they get married, they divorced in two. That makes absolutely no sense. You put up with so much for 10, 15 years, and then you get married and you can only do 2 years. Something's wrong.
I'm telling you what's wrong. What was wrong with that picture? E one, one. How the hell you gonna put up for 10 years and you get married and they doing the same thing they were doing the 10 years before y'all got married?
Exactly.
And
That's what
why?
I'm saying.
Yeah, and why did you get married in the first place? I'll tell you what. You knew he was cheating before y'all got married. Then
Mhm.
after you get married, now you want a divorce because he's still cheating. That make me think you want nothing but alimony, child support, and want to try to take everything he got.
That and also you can't, for some reason, and this is men and women. Well, I'm going to go from the women's perspective. Perspective, you men can chime in. Women think that once they get married, they can change things. It's going to change. All of a sudden, this man's going to be faithful, even though he's been cheating on you for 7, 8 years. But now that y'all married, it's supposed to be different. And that's asinine. That's ridiculous. And that's from a woman's perspective. I don't know from a man's perspective.
You right about that, E. And you heard me say this, and I don't say it a whole lot of times. Right. A woman think because a man does this, man does that. Oh, he gonna change. He gonna do this right here. You're not changing the man, but guess what the man does? He's changing you.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
All of a sudden, you always calling your family, calling your mom, calling your sisters, all that. Y'all spend time together. Then all of a sudden, you're not calling them as much. You're not visiting them as much. You're not spending time with them as much. Oh, and all of a sudden, you over there spending time with your family. He calling you. Oh, I need this right here. I need that. We coming home to do this. Coming home to do that. Oh, I gotta go. Who changed? Him or her? It's
Truth.
same thing go with the men too. Who had changed? You can't change nobody. Nobody can change nobody unless they want to change their doggone self.
That's
I'm like
right.
that.
That's facts. My dad always told me that. My dad was he was eccentric. Let me just put it like that. I'm gonna say he's eccentric. But he always told me, he was like, you can't change a man. A man only changes if he wants to change. So if he wants to change for that woman, he will. But you cannot go into a relationship thinking you're gonna change a man. If you're going into a relationship thinking you're gonna change a man, you've already lost that battle.
Because I look at it this way. why should a man change and why should a man and woman change and that who you got, that who you wanted to be with? Expecting them to change is just like, look at you. You're not going to change a person. Trying to change a person is like you try to say taking a shower or whatever and changing your drawers every day.
I mean, I hope you change your drawers every day. That'd be sad if you don't.
But I'm saying, a person, sir, think about it. Just think he changed. Just think he or she changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
To your liking. Then all of a sudden you don't like the person that he or she changed into. But that's what you wanted.
Yeah.
Don't people get what they want sometimes, and then all of a sudden don't like and don't like what they get when they get it?
Right, because they didn't know what they wanted in the first place.
Yeah. Go ahead, E.
I think people can. I don't think people should change for people, but I do believe that if you're in a relationship, there should be some growth. You should always want to grow and be, a better form of yourself or a better aspect of yourself. Not changing who you are, because me and my husband, we always say we know what we married. Meaning, I know what I married. I'm not going. I know what I said I do too. He knows what he said I do too. So we know what we married. But as our relationship has grown, we grow. We've grown. We're not the same people that we were 20 years ago, right? It's okay to grow. It's okay to grow together, or even grow in your perspective, different, ways. But never did we conspire to, change each other. We knew what we married. I knew what I was getting myself into.
And that's the problem with the generation of today. They think everybody's supposed to conform to, okay, man and woman. They think they're supposed to conform to what they perceive as the person they want. Like you said, E, some people do not know what they want.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you gotta do like Michael Jackson said, you gotta take a look at the man and woman in the mirror. Cause it might not be that person. Look at, if a woman and man get married 6 different times to 6 different people, and the marriage fail, is it the person they married fault?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
It's something about you.
At some point.
It's something about you.
Yep.
See, we spend in live facts, live life situations.
Yep.
Then you got the man. I'm finna speak on the man part now. I'm finna make some men mad now. I don't give a damn. Y'all already know that. If you going out here sleeping with all these different women, sleeping with 6 different women, got 12 kids, how the hell you spend the time with all 12 of them kids?
Yeah.
You're not.
How you should? And then you don't have a job. You got this woman out here struggling.
And that's don't hurt. You trying to set the trail kid? That's not a mouth to feed.
Well, hold on now, D-Truth. I'm gonna play that with that.
Oh, I want to get. I want to get.
Okay.
I want to get, because I know where you're going. See, I know you finna go with it already. I want to get. But at the same time, these damn women, you know he wasn't about shit. See, you know what used to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know that inner circle we were talking about?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And them friends we talk about used to want to hook your friend up with somebody else. We know that situation we were talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's the situation be going on.
Yep. Hey, lying.
See, if you hook them, look. See, I'm skeptical. I don't mean I'm not be friends, whatever. I trust his instinct. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes he be saying, "Hey, that girl ain't right for you," and turn out he right. Then you got the other friends hook up with that girl, knowing they want her or been sleeping with him. All of a sudden, she wind up pregnant. She gonna tell you it's her child, your child,
I'd have had to have that.
and and then come find out you been sleeping with the friends that hooked us up.
Oh, that's a tangled web, D Truth.
Yeah, and it happens.
Yeah, it happened.
It happened in inner circles.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, from the women point of view, the man don't slept with you that got hooked up with and slept with the woman that hooked you up. And both got pregnant at the same time. Now what? Now, think about it. Instead of y'all being mad at the man, y'all mad at each other. Instead of the man being mad at the men being mad at the woman, they mad at each other.
That sounds like some Maury Povich mess.
Tell me, hey, am I lying about the situation that goes on real life? Am I lying, E?
I mean, I see it on Maury Povich. It ain't happened in my inner circle, but I ain't seen it on Maury Povich.
But it does have to happen in life.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, then I see this right here. The two women get together and they compromise. They get along with each other. Then guess who get mad? Why you get mad? You shouldn't did what you did. The man get mad because the women get together to compare notes about your ass. Then the woman get mad because the two men, they not fighting among each other. They just want to get to the bottom of who baby is.
But yeah, I done had to have the girl out and the baby was mine. What?
Then what? Then what you gonna do? No, then all of a sudden I hear this. Oh, that baby yours because he got the same skin tone to yours. Oh, that baby ain't mad because look how light he is. Oh, she is. You can't go by that.
Nope. Okay.
Hey, why you laughing?
Again, all I'm seeing is Maury Povich. So, you know.
But you know I'm telling the truth, though, don't you?
Yeah.
But no, they wasn't no. It wasn't see with me. He wasn't no more. This was real life.
Yeah.
You want me to tell you how it happened?
Go ahead.
Come on.
So it was me and my cousin. We was walking right by the store, and I seen a girl. She was across from the street from the store. I just looked. You know what I'm saying? We kept going. So I get home. My cousin called me. Talking about, cuz this girl said the baby yours. She gonna tell me, you know how they had a test for 99 and all that, right? So I sat there and said, okay, how you gonna say that baby mine? Talking about we had sex. I'm like, how you figure that? I just saw you. So then I got to it with the mama, the brother, and I won. When I told him it wasn't mine, I didn't tell him nicely either. I'm just say it like that.
You had to represent yourself?
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah.
Wow.
Go ahead, E. Go ahead.
So between you and you said cousin?
Yeah, she telling me that the girl said the baby was mine, and the girl that said the baby was mine, she didn't even know who the baby daddy was.
Wow.
So she gonna try to say it was mine,
Wow.
and I told her it wasn't mine.
And you won.
Yeah. After I got through destroying the family, I won. But yeah.
See what people fail to realize. Dana do not lie. For all y'all don't know what Dana is DNA.
Yeah, I know.
I ain't talking about you.
I'm just saying.
You know, I want to talk about. I'm talking about the people that all these the ghost watchers that watch it, they're gonna watch this, gonna watch the replay. That don't have no intelligence what Dana is.
Oh, okay, I got
We're back to the CFR. We're coming in here again tonight. I'm like, this right here. I gotta do that right there to you and Silverback.
Yeah, I told them they did an excellent job tonight.
Appreciate you.
See, you didn't eat me up there like I told you last night.
Okay, but you was here though. You was my representative in the chat. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I tell you about that representative there. My name is Kevin.
My attorney in the chat.
Hey, Kevin. See, you know when you came up, I wasn't even on the panel when you came up. I like. Now I'm gonna let them roll with it. They rolled about almost an hour by themselves.
I already know.
Look here. They had no training wheels.
Nope.
No training wheels.
They held their own though. I give it to them.
Yeah. Steady grinding. Where you come from?
Out the bushes.
He late for church.
See, I was gonna be late, but I ain't want to hit email. So
okay, because you know you was finna hear it too.
But
hold your retainer.
But E, you know what? This was a great conversation. And you know something else that I know it sounded like I was coming harsh, and people gonna look at that. Why did you go and eat like that? You know that. You already know that. You already know that coming, don't you?
Yep.
But I would see. I wasn't coming to eat like that. Go ahead and explain to y'all. If y'all listen to the whole show, y'all watch the whole show. I was saying we was talking about inner circles. We talking about all the other stuff that goes on in real life that y'all don't want to hear. That y'all got to look in your own life to see what's really going on. Which y'all got to take a look at y'allself in the mirror and evaluate y'allself. So don't try to make a mountain out of molehill, because it's not going to happen.
Right.
Because this is called Let's Talk Like an Adult, and we was talking like an adult. Don P gave some great insight.
Absolutely. We gonna have to. I'm gonna have to listen to the replay because it's a few nuggets that can be, panels can be discussions.
Oh yeah. Oh, Steady Ground said he just woke up, waking up. Hey, you were drinking too much and smoking too much. That's what you were doing.
Steady grinding. I don't blame you, bro. I would have said the same thing too. He would have probably bit on my head.
Hey, Kevin. One, we would have believed you when you said it though.
I appreciate it.
I'll just let you. Hey, you wouldn't believe that though, would you?
I expected this chat. I was looking at Kevin in this chat. My representation.
I done tell her representation.
But back on topic, it's kind of like we gotta get back to family values. I know it's gonna be hard, but we got to. You know what I'm saying? Because we're losing our children to these devices. They listen to these stars and musicians and all. Like I said, they spend 8 hours, 8 to 10 hours in school. Listen to teachers who teach them stuff that is not really what they need to know.
Mm-hmm.
So how many times I'm gonna ask you this, and Kevin this, and Doug P this. How many times have your child came home from school, asked you a question about something you don't know a damn thing about?
A lot, especially when it came to math.
And then they come home with some history question. You looking at like, wait a minute, that shit ain't right. What the hell they teach you? That ain't the right story. That's not right what they teaching you.
Okay. Or they wasn't teaching nothing, especially when it came to Black History Month. God damn.
Yeah,
Martin Luther King, Harry Kevin.
yeah. And then I saw this story on in Indisputable, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I read it. The substitute teacher, I don't know whether it's middle school or elementary school, was one of them two. He moved the classroom.
He moved the classroom.
He moved the classroom.
Oh, he moved. Moved?
Yeah. Dropped his pants about that high and mooned them.
For what?
And I don't know. And two girls went and told the vice principal. The vice principal come back. You thought he had assistant to pull the pants up before the vice principal got back. He still had the pants down.
Something ain't right with him.
Nah, it sure ain't gonna be something right when he going to lock up. See, we gotta talk to our children about different situations, how to respond to different situations. And we gotta teach them about the laws and what to do. Yeah, I can bash police officers, you know that? I can bash them all day long. But as long as our kids, our children, I don't care how old they get, if they study the laws in the state they in and the federal laws, ain't no way the police can hem them up. One thing I found out that we don't do as Black people, especially some women and some men, when it comes to police officers, we don't keep our damn mouth closed.
Mm-hmm.
We always try to explain ourselves. I'm gonna tell you what example what happened to me, right? This Black police officer came, right? I waiting on a ride somewhere, standing in the parking lot, public parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
He asked me, he said, "What you doing waiting in the parking lot?" You know what? Somebody mute up, Kevin.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Yeah, and to finish the story, he asked me what I'm doing standing in the parking lot. Mind you, the public parking lot. I calmly said, I waiting on my ride. And I said, I really didn't have to ask you a question. I said, I got a question for you. Why you over here harassing me? Because a Black man in a white neighborhood standing in the parking lot.
Right.
Oh, you know what? He looked at me like, I said, I got a right to stand in this parking lot because it's public. And I said, what you going to do about it? Go ahead and arrest me so I can put you on live. So I can sue the hell out of you. You know what he did? He pulled right on off.
He didn't want to spend that money.
No, he didn't want the city to spend that money, and plus he already knew, oh, this is the wrong black man to mess with, because he know his laws.
Right, because you were talking sensitive. You were like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and thing, and you know, think about it, just thinking there was another Black person, he's asked that question, you already know what they would say, don't you?
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden, that other black person probably been in handcuffs for what? No reason. They were like, "Oh, you're a resistant. You look suspicious."
Right.
See, when our children gotta know when somebody say you look suspicious, that don't mean a damn thing.
No, it
Cause,
don't.
cause everybody looks suspicious, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know a person, do they look? If all of us saw each other walk down the road, we know each other by name, but we ain't see them by face. We look suspicious of each other, don't we?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That we got to sit down with our children, no matter how old they get, and teach them the laws, and teach them, uh, uh, show them the way, lead the way. Cause I know E and her husband, hey, her kids see how a marriage and relationship supposed to work.
Mm-hmm.
So no woman or no man can come in and do any old thing.
No, not at
See,
all.
see, I don't have no children, but I got a niece, and I tell her I love her every day, and she see how I take care of my mama, her grandmama.
Mm-hmm.
She see me go to work every day. See how I help her mom out, right? Get what you gonna expect from a man.
Same thing people do.
There you go. Cause no man gonna be able to come tell her any old thing.
Nope.
Right, because you led by example.
Yeah, just like Kevin DP, Don P, and everybody else, we gotta lead by example. Why would I? Just say me you worked in the same spot, the same thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kevin too, B. Rod, Don P. We worked in the same spot, and say I'm the manager of G or whatever, and I ask y'all to do something, right? Knowing I haven't done what I asked y'all to do. Y'all gonna look at me crazy, but y'all gonna go do it because I'm over y'all, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then if y'all don't know how to do it, y'all come ask me, "Oh, come show me how to do it." I'm looking at y'all like, "Oh, I don't know how to do that either." What kind of sense do that make?
Nah.
Doesn't.
Don't make no sense, do it?
Nope.
See, why would we ask our children to do something knowing we ain't doing it? We ask our children to do something that we ain't doing,
Right.
and they see us not doing.
Yeah.
Why would a man or woman ask their spouse or significant other to do something they not doing?
Mm-hmm.
See, well, sometimes people feel like respect is not just given out; it's
It's
earned.
on. Yeah.
It's earned. Love, it's two types of love, right? It's two types of love, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got the other four letter L word, right?
Yeah.
It's a thin line between all three of them.
Yeah.
You got lust.
Yeah.
I love this person.
Yeah.
I love this person. See, lust is just you want to roll in the hay.
Yeah.
Hey, I love this person. That kind of close to lust, cause I'm gonna tell the person I love her or love him, cause I want to roll in the hay.
Right.
Then you got the love that I'm in love with this person. I love my family type.
Yeah.
So you see how I broke it all down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? How I broke it down?
No,
No.
I'm waiting for the third one.
Huh?
I'm waiting for the third one.
You want the third one?
Mm-hmm.
The third love is I love the person so much. See, I like what you said. 10 years, right? That person the guy and the girl 10 years, then finally decide to get married.
Mhm.
Okay, why take it 10 years to get married if you're in love with that person?
Exactly.
You see how I came back to that right there? See, if you're in love with a person, it should take you 10 years. So don't rush to get married within a year. About a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, yes. But you're in love with that person, go ahead and get married to that person. Go ahead and have children. See, people these days doing shit ass backwards.
Yeah, you're right.
See, you had your kids after marriage, didn't you, E?
No, I did not.
Hmm.
I told you I ain't the I ain't
Oh
the
yeah.
child.
Now you put that with along with it, E. I've got this the truth zone, so we already know. Hey,
Not the child.
but it worked out for you.
Yeah. God is good.
Yeah. You one of the luckiest ones. You one of the lucky ones. You know what I'm saying? Cause like somebody said, once they get the goodies, what incentive do he have to marry you?
None.
Y'all move in together. You still doing wifely duties. And you got a child. What incentive do you have to marry you?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta take care of the child.
Let that sink in for a minute.
That's a whole nother panel.
Yeah. But he really didn't have no incentive to marry you, right? Except he
Not
wanted except he was mad at them saying, I want the family structure.
mm-hmm.
And sometimes when a person gets married and have a child before marriage, either a man or a woman feels felt that I got to marry her or I got to marry him because we got a child together. Let that sink in.
Mm-hmm.
So, not necessarily. See, one thing we got to teach our young women, young girls growing up, because a guy said, "Oh, I love you," and you lay down with him. That don't mean he love you.
Nope, he just wanted some sex. That's what they love.
Let me finish, Kevin. Hey, you get your hey, you in the amen. Look, he in the amen corner. So, men, because a woman said, "Hey, I give you this right here," and throw her legs open and throwing the back on you at the club or whatever party you at, or out on the street somewhere. That mean that don't mean you have to slide up in there. And then when you slide up in there, she talk about, "Oh, I'm on the pill. You don't need that." Who fall for that old trick? Who fall for that trick? And then oh, I ain't got no condom. We going hey, this late night. This late night right here. I don't be like a man, oh, I got this. Oh, you don't need this. You don't need this condom. Then I'm like, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. I don't need the condom. I'm thinking, A, what you trying to do? B, I'm thinking, what disease you got? Two, are you ovulate? You trying to get pregnant by me? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, especially when you're trying to, especially see, people always want to blame the man in this situation, right?
Yeah.
Like I said, it's not always the man's fault.
No.
Cause it's like this, right? I'm gonna ask you. Yeah, give me this question. All right, let's say a grocery store giving out $200 free groceries. Y'all gonna jump on that, ain't you?
I know I am.
Of
Wait.
E.
Of course.
But guess what? There's a fine print in that too. Y'all fell right in it, didn't you?
See, D Truth ain't shit, man.
Y'all fell right into it, didn't you?
What's the stipulations?
You know it's gonna be some stipulation. What in this world is free?
Nothing.
There you go. It always a bottom line to everything. Cause it's like this, right? You go lay down with a person. You think she give you that for something for nothing?
Nope.
Not
She
at
gonna
all.
want something in return. I don't know how
Women,
that goes.
women. Oh, you think he giving you that stuff for nothing?
Mm-mm.
And then all of a sudden, y'all don't did it. She already don't claim you because you don't gave it to her. And you thinking in your head it's just a one night stand. Don't realize you in a relationship.
That's what I'm gonna think of it as.
And then she other thinking, oh, I can move on to the next one. But Lord, do you know you laid down with a crazy person? He's stalking your butt.
No, D Truth. I ain't doing no Chris Brown, bro. I ain't doing that.
But it goes on.
Yeah, it does. I'm just saying I ain't doing it.
We should be speaking facts, right? We speaking truth, right?
Yeah.
Reality.
That's a soul tie.
Huh?
That's a soul tie.
Yeah. But what would you tell your daughter and son? What you tell your daughter and son?
About
Care, about life.
I would tell my daughter about life. Be the person that you is. Stand up for whatever you doing and do the right thing. And if you gonna pick a man, think about it before you pick him. Make sure he's the right man for you. Take your time with it. Just don't jump out there.
Be like that song.
Use
Take
your
your time,
brain.
young man. Hey, take your
Yeah.
time, young man.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
went back on that one, didn't I? E? I went back on that one, didn't I?
Yep.
And I got a question for. Look. Go ahead and respond what I just said. E. What would you tell your daughter or son?
I mean, that's an open-ended question. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
that's an open-ended question. I have lots of conversations with my kids.
Yes, it is. I always like leave it open in the comments.
Yeah,
Question.
that's a loaded question. I can't even, you know, conversations me and my kids have can be they last not just a couple of minutes. It can't be broken down into a couple of sound bites.
Yeah, but like I said, we're gonna come back there. We're gonna have I might do another show, and we're gonna get back to what do you tell your kids about relationships.
Yeah.
They're gonna be tomorrow. They're gonna be later on today. But damn, I lost train of thought. But and women, this to my sisters out there. What the hell you doing? Let a man move in with you, and he ain't got no job. He ain't bringing that to the table. Then men, why you let women move in with you when they ain't got no job? They ain't bringing that to the table.
Do you really want the answer to that question?
Yeah.
They slinging pole and there's some rock going on. It ain't got nothing to do with money.
Big true. Y'all really have to answer that question?
Huh?
I say, do y'all really have to ask that question when you said why do men let women move in with them?
Yeah.
You should already know the answer to that. It ain't gonna be no cuddle and chill, man. You know what that's gonna lead to. That's all I'm gonna say. And-
You know you know the saying, right?
Yeah.
When a woman or man talk to another man or woman, talk about you want to come Netflix and chill.
Yeah, but it ain't gonna be that.
Oh
How you?
shoot.
What you? What you just dropped? You just dropped some.
Oh no, because my daughter in here. She's
You-
co-signing right now.
huh?
My daughter co-signing right now.
Co-sign of what?
She said, yes, she does. We have long conversations. That's my daughter right there, Miss XO.
That's her.
That's my daughter.
Hold on for a minute.
So if you do this again, I will not be up here. Only reason I came back up here because D3 wanted me to come up here. That's the only reason.
Kevin, come on now.
Hey, you got this. You a pro now.
You
Hey,
are a painter. That don't mean nothing. You want
tell her to type again.
Huh?
Tell your daughter to type again.
I think she heard you. Type again.
No, I don't see it.
You don't see Miss XO?
I see Miss XO. I just marked her up. That's why I told her to type again to make sure you got her wrench.
Oh, you giving her a rent?
Yeah. But you sure she don't know to hear this discussion we having?
Her grown. What she talking about? I got grown kids.
Look, is she over 25?
Yeah, I have grown kids.
Okay, I'm just checking. But we look good for our age.
Amen.
We look good for our age. But relationship is hard. But you gotta vet yourself. You gotta take a self-evaluation. Kevin, you heard me say this, right? Self-evaluation. Take
Yeah.
take one side of the paper, write all the good things about yourself. Take the next side of the paper, write all the negative things about yourself. And start working on all the negative things about yourself. Start working on them things. I sound like a therapist, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
My client's co-host not up here, and he the one love therapy so much.
What you talking about? Silverback?
Yeah.
He said he had to drop off.
He had a job out. He take care of something. Probably had to go take care of his daughter.
Oh,
Which
okay.
I
I understand it.
D.
I see it. Hey, you good now? So it ain't no problem. You come up in here, so she'll be able to mess with you.
No, he got me.
Yeah, but it's like if you don't take self evaluation on yourself, what good are you to your partner?
No.
And I'm gonna just call her my niece. Don't move in with no man. Because all you're gonna be is a living girlfriend. You're not gonna get no ring.
Nope.
Wow.
Am I lying?
No, you telling the truth?
No, I ain't talking about you, Kevin. Let the women answer the question.
Oh my God.
Say.
That's Uncle D Truth, huh?
Yeah, I'm like, and I'm like this. I look out for my sister. I look out for my sister, my black sisters. I look out for my black brothers too. because they need to know this stuff. Although we laugh and joke and play up here, we talk about we talk about serious stuff. And Miss XO,
Mm-hmm.
I do not cut no slack on nobody when I come telling the truth about life. I get on the men, I get on the women. I call her right down the middle. Your mama knows it. What's she laughing at?
What you said?
No, no, that laughing emoji.
Yeah, what you said earlier. I thought she
What
got.
else? What did I say about moving in with a man?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that laughing emoji. Either you thought about it, don't do it. Get that out of your head. Get your life together. Invent the man. And don't think that man, if he said, I'm going to change, make him show you.
That part.
Make him show you. Because a whole lot of people say, I'm going to change. And then they can fake the funk too. They can fake the funk.
This is true.
They can fake the funk. Shoot. Like I said before, this rock called Earth is a stage. It's a stage. Everybody want a piece of the pie. Everybody wants something. Don't think you're gonna get something for nothing. Already read the fine print on life. Always read the fine print on life, because you don't read the fine print on life, you're gonna be stuck in something.
Right.
And I said all men are bad. And I said all women are bad. You just gotta vent. You gotta know yourself. What you gonna put up with, and what you're not gonna put up with. You gotta draw that line. Because if a person crosses that line, they know that person is not for you. And take your mom and your dad's advice. Look at their relationship.
She does.
I'm happy. Look, if I was cammed up, I'm smiling over here. You know what? Look, I'm smiling so much. I feel like a proud uncle over here. Proud. She laughing at that too, ain't she?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
She at work right now. So.
She at work.
Mm-hmm.
How she at work at your house?
She ain't in my house.
Oh.
She online. But she at work.
Oh. She
coming on, so she joined.
She joined.
Mm-hmm.
Your mama did great tonight.
She did a wonderful job.
She did an excellent job. Look here, I'm not just saying it because you watching her. I'm literally proud of her at Silverback.
Yeah, Silverback
held it down for sure.
Yeah, and I had no reason I did that though. No reason I did that. I had that. You really didn't think I was gonna do this though, did you?
No, I didn't.
She was hoping. Yeah, she was hoping she had to do it. I already knew that.
Look, now think about it. She was sure. Look, Kim, you knew I was serious when I said it too, don't
you? Yeah.
See, it's something. Look, I can spot somebody who got it intelligent, and you and Silverback got it. And where y'all held it down by the hour. Boy, you don't know how I was sitting in the back and watching the chat and like, man, I want to get it. You know how it was when your daughter and your son were little and they were doing little activities and you want to get out there with them.
Mm-hmm.
And you just like, wait a minute, they got to do it on their own. Look, you know how hard it was for me just to sit back there, just not being up there.
Oh, I know. This is hard for you to come up with some content.
See, she got it. Talking about she need me. She ain't need me. She had exactly all the help she needed tonight in Silverback. She was alright.
Yeah. Hey, I will highlight this right here. Yeah, you get highlighted tonight, niece. You get
I
highlighted
do
tonight.
take my parents' advice. Smart women.
I only take advice from my parents.
That's smart.
Yeah, that's smart. But sometimes I'm going to say this right here. That's good on your part. But sometimes some parents get bad advice.
Yeah, that's true.
Kevin, you still in the amen corner. but you know some parents get bad advice to their kids.
Oh, absolutely.
Cause sometimes bad advice for a parent, it, it- you know how we grew up, right? Sometimes our parents do give us good advice. Sometimes they gave us bad advice. But
Yeah,
but one thing we knew, we walked out that house. Who did we represent?
our
Our
parents.
parents. We always represent our parents.
That's who we represent. That's who we represent. Our parents at the house.
Mm-hmm.
But I know, being out in this world, we have seen some kids acting a fool
Man, I say it all the time.
and get behavior thinking, who the hell is your parents? Where your parents at?
I'll be
Don't
nowhere
you
around.
don't you
That's
be
a
thinking that
loss.
sometimes?
That's a
Don't
lost
you be,
cause these days.
what you say?
That's lost these days. A lot of people don't even realize. I mean,
Yeah.
you walk around it was more so you represent your parents. You represent your parents. How you look, how you act, what you do represent your parents.
Don't blush now. Don't blush.
I'm not gonna bless you, mate. You know, I love
hey, hey, Kevin. Now she's speechless.
Don't be speechless now.
her.
Hey, you see what your mom did to your mom? Now, I guarantee you she over there blushing.
Face probably red.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm appreciative. I love my daughter.
I know,
She's
but you
supposed
blushing.
to.
Look. She try to avoid us saying she blushing. She try to avoid it right now.
I know.
Which we already know she is blushing. She appreciate that.
Absolutely. I ain't gonna say I don't.
Yeah, I know. Because parents parents don't get the recognition they should get. Parents do not get the recognition they should get.
They don't.
Especially the good one. Especially the good one like you, Kevin, and E up here, and Don P. They do not get y'all do not get the recognition of the great jobs y'all do. And some parents that do try to doing their best, they don't get no recognition.
No, they don't.
Then you got them parents that not even trying, they don't deserve no recognition. And you be wondering like, how the hell they get some kids?
You know how they got them kids.
Okay.
Kevin, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I just said. Listen to the first part. How the hell did they get them kids? No, they shouldn't even have no damn kids. I know how they got them. That don't mean they need them.
No, but it's too late.
No, it ain't too late. Hey, government come and take them away from them.
Okay. We done put B Rob to bed. You highlight B Rob?
Oh, he tired for that. He worked today.
Okay. Respect B Rob.
I be Rob.
Yeah, you already tired of beat. But it's like we as melanated black people, we have lost our way. Just like Doug P said, this social media, these music, making women and men think they don't need each other. That's why the alphabet community is growing. Then all of a sudden they take away Roe versus Wade, make it almost worse. Then take it away from the women. Then the state taking away women's freedom of choice.
Right.
And make it feel like, oh, I don't have to be in a relationship to have no child. I don't have to get married to have a child. I just go sleep with somebody to have a child. But guess what? You have a child, you want to pin it on somebody else, but yet you don't know who the hell the daddy is. You want to pin it on a man that you see doing good.
Right.
Then you want to pin it on a man that then turn out the man you pin that is a daddy, he ain't worth a damn.
Hey man, like I said, it's choice, you know.
And then I heard this. I will see how y'all heard this said said a lot from men and women. I got trust issues.
Yep.
Everybody say that.
What is trust issue? So you don't trust nobody else, but how you took a look at the person in the mirror.
Exactly. Everybody say that. That's a cop out.
Yeah, that's a cop out. It'd be like, oh, if I accuse you of something, and you know that person ain't doing it, but I'm accusing you, what that mean? The person that accused you doing what they accuse you of doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why you do that? I got trust issue. Well, how you got trust issue when you doing that to me?
Cause they don't want to take it on themselves.
It's crazy. It is crazy. And we, as melanated black people in our community, it's kind of hard to. We get on people. We get on people. Young people who got a TV on.
It ain't me.
You probably hear my son in the background.
Yo, what?
My son.
Oh, I knew I heard something like okay, but it kind of hard to get onto these young people these days. Would y'all agree?
Yeah, that's why you got to get them when they young.
No. E. Oh, she talked to her son.
I'm here.
What you eating now? You got something stuck in your mouth now.
Nothing. I ain't got nothing in my mouth. I didn't drink all my wine.
Okay, but even then, even if they young, even if it ain't teens, you can't say that to them.
Cause they don't let them get out of hand.
No. It ain't. Let her get in here, Kevin. You gotta answer all the time. He just took over you, huh?
That's my attorney.
No, I want you to answer. Look here. I'm gonna mute your attorney.
He speaks to me. That's my representation.
No, I'm holding contempt of court. But it's like this right here. Because you say something about a child these days, they want to get up all in your face.
True.
And that's not helping our community, is it?
No.
Especially if you try to teach them right. Especially if you see them doing something wrong, try to correct them. I'd rather for if E, Kevin, anybody else that watched it, see my child, my niece doing something wrong, to say something to her. Because guess what? It better you say something to her and him before The law does.
That's a lost art.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's a lost art.
Nobody wants to be involved anymore.
Because I got nieces, and I talk to my nieces, and they're all the time. I got older nieces and I got younger nieces.
And they say, and then the parents are, you ain't gotta say, what you talking about, son? What you then you hit their mouth. So now you know where to get all that stuff from, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
And if you hear that, most of the times you don't want to be involved. Once you
Mm-hmm.
get how they respond and how they act, you don't want to be involved.
And then as soon as something happens to their child, guess what? They gonna come to you. Why you ain't saying that?
I'm like,
They
you
want to
know
come.
I went to, I'm like, you know
No,
I
no,
went to
Dad.
help you. You didn't want to say
No, no. So you let me finish. See, you jumped in before I finish. See, that's why I was holding. Look, that's why I was holding a contempt of court.
There you go.
It's like, yeah, they want you to say something, but then they soon the child get in trouble. Oh, then they want you to be a witness that their child did do certain thing, and then they want you to help them fight or whatever. No, you didn't want my help the first time. When I tried to say something to you, you want to get mad. No, you on your own.
Absolutely. That's when they want letters of recommendation. They want you to show up in court.
Mm-hmm.
Or
But
if
no,
their child deadly, then they have these little, these GoFundMe's and these little images. Oh, my child, he was such a good kid. Da 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 da. And you're like, that's not the same kid I know. But,
and
okay.
you're right. And you sitting back like they are here lying their butt off.
Yep.
Special damn sympathy. Then he gonna report it in your face. Want to ask you questions? Okay. You want to ask me a question? I'll tell you the truth. That wasn't no damn good kid. The mother ain't the family ain't really good. Oh, they been that come. The reporter been that come. Ask me, what's up with the what happened to a child, whatever. I'm telling the truth. Although I feel sorry for him, but I ain't feel here. It's just like I said. They lie on you when you're alive, and they lie for you when you're dead. How many times have you went to a funeral and you know that person, and people get out there speaking on their behalf, what they doing about it, and you be sitting back there like, damn, they're the lying their ass off right there in the church.
I don't be seeing any line. I was like, who are they talking about? I don't know who that person is.
And that's not the person you seen, right?
Mm-hmm. Not at all. What was that you just said? That's a t-shirt. We're together at. That's a t-shirt.
She probably ghost watch it. But yeah, it's crazy. But like I said, our next show going to be what are we really teaching our kids?
Okay.
That gonna be. I thought we go down rabbit holes around here.
We got a lot of holes for these rabbits. We got a lot of holes for these rabbits.
Oh, this is a big hole. It got opened up this week. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many people you made mad already.
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Yep. Oh, if y'all didn't notice that a troll had came in. I had got him out of here too. So real quick.
Oh, I didn't see the troll.
I know, because I got him out here for y'all song.
Okay, I was trying to pay attention to the chat.
No, that why I was not on the panel. That way I pay more attention to the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, but I know what your husband was watching reruns of Law and Order still.
Yep, you know it always.
I got a question, actually. Did he know you? Did he know you? Changed the channel what he was watching last night.
Absolutely. He
He
know I
knew,
always change the channel.
huh?
He know I always change the channel. It don't matter when he sleep.
He just come. He just know when he wake up and they on the same channel.
Exactly. He already married. He know.
Hey, look, but he love it. Hey, like you said, he should know every line of every episode.
Exactly. That's facts.
But I know you got to show that you watch all the time too,
I
and
actually
watch reruns.
I do, but I'm a nerdy person when it comes to that. I like Big Bang Theory, Young Sheldon. I'm a weirdo. I'm a weirdo when it comes to that type of stuff. Other than that, I don't really watch TV no more.
I bet you know every line of every episode.
Just about the Big Bang Theory. Yep.
But that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But like I said, when dumb people talk about telephones, all that stuff, I guarantee you, some of these kids don't even know what a rotary phone is.
Oh hell no. Absolutely not. Don P dropped the nuggets.
Yeah, he dropped some nugget, and I know you're gonna go back and watch some replay, find out what he was talking about, whatever, and has and
That
we're
could
going
be had from his statements.
yeah, and because a lot of stuff he said it's true. Some of the stuff he was saying was true. A lot of stuff he was saying was true, and we've been saying stuff that was true. But guess what? We gotta start put action to our words. People don't have to see it for you to do it. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Give you a perfect example. Today, my nephew, we would have a little. I won't say. Well, I would have a discussion. I was trying to have a tele discussion with my nephew, which is he's 20 some years old, which is damn near impossible with some youngins. And I said two things. I said I got a girlfriend, right? I said, you got a girl. He said, yes. What's the difference?
What's the difference
Yeah.
from?
If I say, if I say, if you say, if I say you got a boyfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And and then if I say that's your man, and you say yeah, what's the difference?
What's the difference with regards to saying a man or your boyfriend?
Yeah.
I mean, with regards to just the statement, I mean, a boy who's your friend as opposed to your man is definitely different.
Nah, you don't get what I'm saying. It ain't no difference.
That I was about to say.
It ain't no difference.
How you
See,
figure?
I'm tell you, if
Explain.
you look, if a guy is with a girl, no matter if he calls her, oh, that's my woman, that's my girl, or that's my girlfriend, it's no different. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? They ain't no different. It's just a different way of wording stuff. You see what I'm saying? Then I said, I said, I might be recording. He said, oh, you ain't recording? I said, how you know? He said, I bet you. I said, I ain't got to show you a doggone thing that I'm recording. That I said, I said, I might be recording. I didn't say I was. I didn't say I wasn't. Did I? Did I say?
No, you didn't say. You said you might, but you really ain't.
See, assumption.
Yeah.
Assuming.
Mm-hmm.
What the first three letters assume?
That you're going to do it.
Now, what the first three letters what the three-letter assume is. The first three letters.
ASS. Assume.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Make an ass out of yourself. Which she did. You see what I'm saying?
You really go there. Oh my God.
Yeah, I did. Cause I didn't say I was. I didn't say I wasn't. He just assumed that I was. He just assumed that I wasn't. See, sometimes problem with us as a community and as adults and as young people, as children, we don't listen. And when we do listen, we're not hearing.
True.
And when we hear, we're still not listening.
I would agree with that.
Because I would talk to Sim back on the back end. I was talking to B-Rod on the back end. I was saying, you know what? You already know y'all know I love wordplay, right?
Mm-hmm.
And y'all already know if I ask a question, it's gonna be an open-ended question. It all depends how you answer the question, which is there's no wrong answer to it. Then I always got something to come back with.
Right.
And I told him, I said, you're not. I told him, I said, you think you're intelligent, you think you know everything. I said, I'm older than you. I'm intelligent. I'm more intelligent than you, and I study a whole lot of stuff. And you're still a little wet behind the ears, and you think you know it. You know how some young people think they know it all. Mom, y'all too old. You know, I know we don't got that line before.
Mm-hmm.
We don't got that line before.
I heard it all.
Like, we didn't get this old for nothing.
Nope.
And just like I said, when we were growing up, our parents used to tell us this right here. Just wait till you get older. Just like you said, we were like, she waved it off like, they don't know what they're talking about.
Right.
There's like, wait till you get some kids. She don't know what you're talking about. And did I hear you say that you say something, you said sound like your mama?
Mm-hmm.
Like, wait a minute, hold up. What did I heard that from? Oh man, I started. Yep. And you usually do when you start to sound like your doggone parents.
Yep.
It's crazy. But like I said, see, some young people, they just don't know when to shut up because they don't want to listen. That way, some young people always get in trouble. They don't learn to listen.
Nope.
I know we all was young. We got in trouble. Got tore up.
No, I did.
I know some of these parents need to go back to the old school ways.
I don't know if they can. They got to start with infants.
Huh?
They got to start with infants.
Yeah. Shoot, take some of these electronic devices. Shoot. Like I said, I remember the rotophone. You remember the TV back in the day, right? We had no cable. The antenna with the little foil on top of it.
Yep.
You had two knobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
What it had? 13 channels on it?
Yep.
You might have more, huh?
I said something like that.
And then you might get more than 13 channels. You tell the UHF, you might get more channels. Kids don't know nothing about that.
Mm-mm. They don't know about you calling your child to come upstairs to change your channel.
Look here. And then, remember soap opera used to come on all the time?
Mm-hmm.
And your mom or your dad, they be able to watch soap operas. Go there, change the channel if you want to.
Like, you gonna get beat if you try to shake on a soap opera.
Let's see what the two Young and the Restless, All My Children, and General
Mm-hmm.
Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
That's my mama all day.
Them the three soap operas right there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I was named
Look,
for all my children.
huh?
I said my name is from all my children.
Oh Lord. Oh man, don't tell me. Erica Kane, Susan
I
Lucci.
can't confirm or deny.
You ain't confirm it or deny nothing because I already know. Because that's the only Susan Lucci is the only one I know on All My Children called Erica. So
Yep,
like,
it's Susan Lucci.
look, you're like, damn, I ain't get that thing quick.
Discernment be on point.
Your favorite actress name you after that?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
the first right there. Man.
Wait a minute.
My mother named me after Susan Lucci. And my dad named me after a black activist. So both names, but just different spellings.
Wait a minute here. Hold on. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. Wait,
Susan
now,
Lucci, her name was Erica Kane, right?
yeah, I know that, but she watched it so much, like she loved that name. So that must have been her favorite actor on that show.
Hmm.
That had to be her favorite character on that show.
Yeah, it was her favorite character on the show. She loved the name. That was her favorite character on the show.
Oh yeah, I can see that. I can
But
see
my
that.
father wanted me to be spelled after the black activist, Erica Higgins. Erica Higgins.
You know, in my line of work, when they order their food, whatever, and they tell me they damn like, how do you spell it? You spell it the original way or the
Mm-hmm.
other way?
Mm-hmm. I spell it the other way.
I think I know which way you're talking about. I'm not finna spell it.
Mm-hmm.
Take one letter away and add another letter.
Yep.
And I know what letter it is too.
Yes.
But sometimes, like, let me see, what name it was? Like Jasper, right?
Mm-hmm.
I asked, they said, the girl said, my name Jasper. I was like, which way do you spell it? With a Z or a S?
Oh, Jasmine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, no, with the S, that's the original way to spell it, right?
Right. And then Z is the other way.
Yeah. It's kind of funny how that goes when it comes to names. But like I said, we're gonna have another show. This was a great one. This is a great line. Sit back there. I'll try to stay long enough for sit back to come back.
He said he had something to do. He probably done for the night.
No, he went to sleep.
Okay.
He went to sleep. And look here, we gonna look. We gotta give him a hard time next time. You know that, right?
Oh, for sure.
Well,
He,
I'm
he,
gonna let
look,
you do that.
look, he supposed to be the co-host. He supposed to be down here with you,
Yes, he's supposed to.
and he left.
He said he's tired. Well, he said he had some other stuff he had to do. So, I feel it.
Yeah, I feel it too. But he was tired, boss. He went to pass the gun line.
There you go. I'm tired too. But, it's all good.
But hey, you hung in there like a champ.
I appreciate you.
You
Yeah,
hung in there as a champ.
yeah, I got to give it to my client. She hung in there tonight.
I appreciate you, Kevin, my attorney.
But you know what? The chat gave y'all a whole lot of love. You were Silverback,
Yeah,
though.
they do.
Thank you,
And
chat.
I think we was up there 15, 16, 17, 18, something like that, watching.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, I'm like that. This I didn't know what y'all was gonna talk about, Kevin. I didn't know what they were gonna talk about tonight.
That blew my mind when they started talking.
Came after. I just came up with a topic. That's all I can do based on what you had already talked about.
Yeah, and she did, Kevin. She did
Mm,
what I would do. She did what I do. Just start talking, and the topic comes out. See,
yeah,
that's the one thing about let's talk like an adult. You don't know what's gonna come out our mouth over here.
exactly.
And you don't know what rabbit hole we're going down. We got so many rabbit holes around in the yard. We don't know which one to hop in.
That's for sure.
Well, my client did a good job. I told her the next time she do this, I will not be up here. I'll be in jail.
As long as you in the chat, you know, you get.
But think man, he said that last time you was on the panel.
He said, like I said, these two always got some slick shit to say, man.
He know his job. He know I got him on retainer. He know his job. He gotta be somewhere in the
See,
press.
see, she like keep people hostage, yo.
See, hey Kevin,
Hmm?
see, you hopped up. You hopped yourself in the fire pan up here, so.
I know, no, I had to explain my question. I had to put it in the chat. That's why I hopped up here.
Oh yeah, I was highlighting everything.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. That's why I had filter. I wasn't trying to stay up here, but the host of the show, D Tree, sitting behind the scenes about to come up here.
he
You know
That's
why?
our back girl today.
What you say, E?
I said he producing, you producing, so that's why he's behind the scenes.
Yeah. Hey, E, and you know the other thing why they let him up here? I knew he gonna say that you were holding him hostage.
Okay, he said that
She
last
would.
night.
She would have. There wouldn't been no question. So that's why I tried to come up here, tell them my question, and leave.
You know you ain't leaving. I ain't even worried about it.
How you figure that?
Cause you still up here. You my
Oh, is
representative.
the show about to be over? You two gonna go to one more commercial, and everybody gonna get off, especially me.
You see, I'm braid. Oh, well, y'all can't see me. I'm braiding my hair, so I'm already at that point.
I
Okay,
know it.
braid your hair.
Hey, look, I already knew she was on burning the hair because I could tell the tone in her voice.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
braid my hair, getting ready.
She get ready
Get
to go
down.
lay it down. Yep. But you sit back did a excellent job,
Yes, they
magnificent job,
do.
marvelous job.
Y'all
Thank
get an A plus for that tonight.
Thank you. I was nervous,
And
but I had to drink some Chardonnay, calm my nerves.
you were nervous.
I don't. I mean, I do content, but I do content by myself. I don't do
Oh,
content with other folks. I'm usually
yeah.
just giving my perspective on my own.
Hey, Kevin,
Hmm.
did I try to get her to do it by herself?
No.
Did I try to get her to do it by herself?
Yeah, you tried, but she tried to back out.
You tried it.
What you know what you hit us with, D True, she was shy.
Yeah, yeah, no,
Well,
no, no, yeah, yeah. She hit it with that. I'm shy.
I
I'm shy. Let me be like, look, so look. One of the people like, I'm shy, but he he'll talk all loud out of public. But you get it close to him, like, what you say? Speak up a little bit.
So let me ask my client this question.
Uh-oh.
you got
So is your throat okay now?
yeah, I had some Chardonnay. My throat is fine.
Hmm. Wasn't
Hmm.
it sore the other night, D True?
Okay.
It was last night.
Gave me.
Last night?
Yeah.
I didn't have it last night. My throat was hurting last night, but the Chardonnay helped me tonight.
Hey, Kevin, you know what I told her? Go drink some water to help the throat out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Did I say that?
Yes, you did.
It's some cloudy water. Like,
But but yeah, we're gonna have to do. You'll sit back. Gonna have to do it again. And this time, I don't know. I was thinking B-Rob gonna have to do it by himself.
B-Rob,
Yeah.
he said he a lone wolf. He the Sigma man.
No, but he can't do it with somebody else. But you and Silverback, I gotta get both y'all in here by yourselves so I gotta work.
Okay.
What she said? Oh, hold on. Did I hear what she just said?
I said, okay, you just gotta give me notice. See, y'all try to put me on the spot. Y'all didn't even give me 24 hours to come up with any type of topic. I was coming off the hip.
That was the TruthTV. Let's talk like adult is off the hip.
Okay.
It's off the hip.
So the truth, you got that on record, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm on my time to go back and say, oh, I didn't say that.
Oh, and this supposed to be your lawyer?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Lawyer.
I want her to go back on her word. That's all I'm saying.
You're supposed to be my attorney.
I am your attorney. I just don't want you to go back on your word. If you said okay, then you come up with some excuse about, oh, I can't do it. My throat hurt, or I'm missing some pudding. I don't want to hear no excuses.
Hey, she said 24 hours, right?
Yeah.
You gave me more than 24 hours. Y'all had me on the fly. I mean, we was on here till what, 12 last night?
It was like 4 something now.
Hey, but hold on. Okay, I tell you what, it's gonna be more than 24 hours. Monday night.
Monday night?
Yep.
Okay. Well, let's see what we can come up with.
They can get plenty of time to think of a topic.
And may I ask a question?
Sure.
So what time is it going to be?
Oh yeah, that's for D.
We already know it's gonna have to be after 10 by time. Anyway.
Okay. That's a good time.
Yeah, it's gonna be after 10 by time because she on West Coast time.
Yeah.
It's the best coach.
Yeah, and you know your daughter gonna be here for that too, don't you?
She may drop up in here if she's not working. Well,
Yeah.
She gonna represent.
Yeah. Hey, we already know she's still in the bushes.
Oh, for real. She told me she's in the bushes tonight.
Yeah. She had to fall out the bushes.
Yeah, she told me she was gonna be in the bushes tonight.
I'm glad she fell out the bushes so I gave her that rich. You know what I'm saying? I wonder why she fell out the bushes.
That's my. She wanted to let me know she was here. That's my family muscle.
But hey, Dees, if you I know you're still in the bushes. Your mom's solo debut over here is going to be Monday night.
Who you talking about?
We talk about you. It's just ETV.
My client.
But hold on. You notice I called your whole channel name, right?
Yes.
You know what that means when they call your first, middle, and last name?
Yeah. You mean business?
Yeah. But it is more than 24 hours, right?
Yeah, that's more than 24 hours.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna be in the backdrop. I'm gonna be in the backdrop. And let me see, 30 minutes to an hour. You probably go ahead and get on your rent for that long. We got how long you want to go on rent? 30 minutes to an hour, or
30 minutes.
Okay. And then You gotta let me know when you want when people come up.
Oh, they can come up. They can conversate in the chat. I like dialogue.
Yeah, like I said, 30 minutes by yourself. Then
Mhm.
we bring people up.
Okay.
Yeah. So you already good. You already good. You know, hey, we got your back. That was said drop your channel links and everything in the chat. Shoot. But this has been a long show. We got 5 more minutes. Be 5 hours. But
Okay.
but you almost through brain don't have now.
All right. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, chat. Thank you,
Yeah, yeah,
attorney.
yeah. It's on you to end. It's on you to end the show.
My daughter said she'll be there. You
You'll
gonna be
be
there?
there. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, I to tell her. Oh, why was it? Why am I telling you to tell her? I can tell her myself.
Right. She hear me. Yeah, you got her mind stick. She already know.
What? Lord, you know what time to go to sleep, don't
You said 10, right? I'm just making sure.
you? Huh?
You said at 10, right?
I said, I said 10 after.
Oh, okay.
See, you didn't listen.
No, I heard you. I just wanted to make sure.
I just wait for the thumbnail.
Huh?
I said I just wait for the thumbnail to be posted.
Yeah. And I'm gonna let hit my butt on the back end, let him know what's going on. He set the thought there for it. So we gonna have some fun. We do have fun over here, Niece. We do have some fun over here.
Yeah, we do.
It's just that time of year to have a serious topic consider the time of year it is. We have fun over here. I still gotta figure out how to do that trivia night.
Trivia night? Okay.
Yeah. And ain't no prize gonna be given away. So just go ahead and get out of people's head before they watch it. It's just gonna be fun as trivia. Ain't no tell what question I'm gonna ask.
Okay.
And guess what? You can get ready to end the show.
You ready to end the show?
It's on you.
Oh shoot.
You're the
All right.
host.
Okay. Well, thank you to everyone. Thank you to D Truth Nation, the Truth Nation. Kev, my attorney. Love you. Don P. Much respect. Armando, 20 East Nation. Thank you, everybody in the chat, mods. I appreciate you. I love the conversation. Thank you for participating. Silverback, wherever you are, B Rob, uh, Silverback, thank you for co hosting with me. It was a pleasure. Hopefully, we can do it again soon. And what can I say? Uh, Thumbs it up, thumbs it down. It's whatever. I never take offense. I love conversation. I love discourse. So until the next time, we out of here.
Not a good show. I got a bathroom.